Okay, it looks like it worked this time. Okay. Hey guys, welcome back to some more Steins Gate Zero. Last time, that was an interesting stream, because, we got a bad ending. I'm not in the game right now. Oops, my bad. Last time, we ended up getting one of the endings, which was the bad ending. Gehenna Stigma. Oh, you actually can see the total playtime down there. Oh. I didn't notice that. Album achievement made, not even 50%. I'm not gonna look at the CGs, because, yeah. But it turns out one of the main components that changes the endings is answering Amadeus's cause. So I think what I'm going to do is basically I'm going to continue the story from. I decided last time that I would ignore Amadeus after already going through the other word line. Because I assume if you ignore her at the beginning, it will also completely like change where the story goes. So I want to do this one because it's the closest to the one I just got, which was the hell ending, but I feel like this one, it might go down south exact same way, but it seems like it's going better. I don't know. Something I wanted to point out is the ending I got, it felt like there was a lot of build-up with no payoff. Like, the whole exchange between her and Kurisu, I feel like that should have been a better ending, but she was just like, oh, well, guess Kagami died, and yep, I'll never see you again. Reach Steins Gate. I don't know. Something about that ending really... It wasn't even just the fact that it was a bad ending. It was the fact that I felt like something was missing. So I'm wondering if we see that scene in this ending, but we actually get a positive thing at the end. You know? But, God, my loads are gonna be all over the place in this game. Cause... right, quick load. So yeah, I'm gonna have to keep a track on which is which right now. I wish you could rename these. So that way, like, you could know where to go. Because they don't arrange them by chapter anymore, which sucks. It just arranges it by the title. But I'm going to go... continue off from where we left off last time. I don't know how much longer this one will last. It seems like it might last longer since it's going into Kagadi's backstory, which I feel like is very significant. Because I think this is the first time we're actually going to be going into Kagadi's point of view. Yeah, I do have the guide up in case I need to look at it, but I'm not going to look at it just yet. Because I want to see... I know that... now that I know that Amadeus is the main thing that changes the endings, I feel like I want to try getting as many endings as I can without Amadeus... sorry, without Amadeus' help. Without the guide's help. Because what's the point of getting the... point of playing the game if you just look at a guide the entire time? I don't know. Part of the game, to me, was finding out the endings and how to get them. So... without further ado, let's get into some presage or recognize.
係ちゃん、今日から私とあなたは正式な親子になるのよ。
Kagadi, from now on, you're officially my daughter. This was when Kagadi was 6. We're living in a facility for war orphans and getting treatment at a dedicated clinic next door. It was a completely different place than the normal hospitals. We're overflowing with causalities. Again! I hate the English language. With casualties from the war. It was an idyllic garden shut off from the despair of the outside world so that children could live in peace. That was where she'd met her mom. Mom, Mayuri Shina, was a Class 2 caregiver at the facility who was always very nice to her. Really? You're going to be my real mommy? Yep, that's right. It was impossible to express with words how happy Kagadi had felt. Being Mom's real daughter meant that Kagadi had become her real name. Kagadi became Kagadi Shina. Hey, don't hug me so tight. You're so spoiled, Kagari. When did they call her before that, then? I can leave, right? I can live with you, right? I'm sorry. Looks like you need a little more treatment. Hello, doctor. That's right. Sensei, isn't that Mister? Or teacher? No, Senpai's teacher. No, wait, it's not. God, I'm getting so many Japanese terms mixed up in my mind. Senpai is like addressing someone who's not necessarily above you, but no, whatever. I'm showing my lack of Japanese knowledge. Let's go. I didn't know the doctor's name, but he was a nice old man who was always kind to her. Going to be another 6 months, and then it's over. You just have to hang in there until then. 6 months? When we talked about this before, you said 2 weeks. I was referring to her physical wounds. Post-traumatic stress suffered by children during the Great Bombing of Tokyo far exceeds that of adults. And we learned at the exam yesterday that she's still having nightmares. I gave him a raspy voice and I already forgot to do it. Is that true, Kagari? That's not true. I don't have nightmares anymore. It's all fun dreams. Fun, fun, fun. Danoshi, danoshi. Kagari, it's not good to lie. It'll only make your treatment take longer. You told me yesterday that you wake up with nightmares at all the time still, don't you? Yeah. Oh my. I see. Proof that the memories of the bombing still exist in her mind as terrifying experiences. If we don't treat them properly, it could lead to irreversible consequences. You're right. You don't mind if we continue with our treatment, do you, Mom? Oh, of course. Kagari, let's do our best and beat the bad sickness, okay? Mom rubbed her head. Kagari felt so at peace that she could cry. Yep, that's my girl. Okay, see you later, Kagari. Mom took her hand away, and instead the doctor took Kagari's hand. She was taken to the usual room. There was a white reclining chair, and next to it some kind of mechanical system connected to a headset. I can hear the same voice as always. That was a creepy ass voice. God's voice. I can remember when she started hearing the voice. By the time she was 6, whenever she was worried, uncertain, or unturbo, she could hear it. I see, so that's why she said what she did when the thing with Suzuha happened. It was kind and strong, and it always cheered her up. Like in his childish mind, she started to think it might be the voice of God. As long as she could hear it, everyone else said it was just an illness. But Mom was the one person who believed her. I need to protect Mommy. I need to work hard at my treatment. Kagari's young heart was filled with the hope that she could someday live with Mom. Isn't this Moeka's room? This is Moeka's room, right? When she opened the door, Kagari Shino was struck by an unpleasant wave of heat. It was early June, and this was the first day to hit summer temperatures. Okay, now... Did we jump forward 6 months again, or are we... back in the beginning of... like, way before Steins Gate? Because that happened in July. Not that just walking outside could cause you to sweat, but this small Japanese-style room had thick curtains and the windows were closed. The room was dark and cramped, and there were so many clothes on the floor that there was no place to stand. It wasn't just clothes. There were all kinds of filthy things. Bags with half-eaten snack bread still in them, half-rotted food packs, plastic convenience store bags overflowing with trash, all scattered around the floor. Hello. And the area around the half-naked girl sitting against the wall was covered in bandages and gauze soaked with blood and pus. There were bandages tied around her exposed stomach, chest, and limbs, but these too were soaked with blood. The room was filled with a sickeningly sweet stench, though there was no way to know if it was coming from the garbage or coming from her. The owner of the room, Morika Kiryu, raised her head and looked at her, eyes filled with hope. She became a rounder? Is that what's going on? Saw Kagedi, who was still wearing her shoes as she came into the room, her shoulders slumped. You're not FB. So FB still exists in this world, huh? I mean, I'm not entirely surprised, but... Who are you? An awful thing to say to the person who saved your life. Yeah, she's older now, isn't she? Oh, this... Okay, I'm sorry. I'm starting to remember what happened last stream. This is after the car incident where she tried taking the laptop. Mocha gave a painful cough and spit up some stomach fluid mixed with blood, laying her thighs and the floor. Her wounds must have opened again because the bandages around her stomach began to turn red. She'd spent 5 months like this with no treatment from a doctor. Why? Mocha got into a gunfight with the Russian army and failed her mission as a rounder. She'd lost 2 of her companions, and her target Kiryu Marcus's laptop was also destroyed. They pinned the blame on her. She was wounded and almost killed. It was Kagedi who saved her and brought her to this room. But if someone with a gunshot wound went to the hospital, the police would be notified. For that reason, she'd never gotten any real treatment. Her wounds had become infected, and even 5 months later, they still brought her incredible pain. Terrible fever hadn't let it up at all, and it wasn't rare for it to go from 39 degrees to over 40. I'm assuming Celsius. But Morgan didn't seem very interested in her wounds, more interested in sending messages with the phone in her hands. She must have been sending more messages to her beloved boss. The past 5 months, she'd sent almost 1,000. Here we go again. FB was Morika's boss and rounders, a woman who'd always gave orders to Morika via text message. Morika worshipped her to a degree that far exceeded what would occur with a normal employee relationship. Talk of being abandoned by FB had hurt her many times more than her actual wounds. Agadi tossed a bag she had slung over her shoulder at Morika's feet, along with 2 plastic bags. The backpack was filled with medicine that wasn't available without a doctor's prescription. Along with it was a whole box of illegal drugs used only for the treatment of severe pain. Normally these would be kept under strict control at a hospital where no normal person could get them. Both of the plastic bags were filled with canned goods and other things Kagadi had chosen because they had the lowest probability of spoiling. Were there so many cans on the table? I don't feel like living anymore. Tell me. I'll bring you poison instead. But Marika didn't seem to notice Kagadi at all anymore. She was completely unresponsive. Kagadi had gotten used to her attitude over the last 5 months. But she wasn't just going to go home today. She wordlessly reached for Morika's cell phone. What are you doing? Morika tried to resist, but evidently she had no strength left. Kagadi was easily able to grab the phone. Covered in blood and pus, but Kagadi forced it into her pocket without hesitation. Give it back! Morika started crawling towards her, like something out of a zombie movie. Get the wrong idea. You've got new orders from FB. Morika froze. Yeah, take it. Lady took another cell phone out of her pocket. It was the same Japanese cell phone that Morika had been using, minus the dirt and bloodstains. What we've been using is under surveillance by the Russians and Americans. So she can't use it. So from now on, the orders will come in via this. Morika reached a trembling hand out toward the phone. In an instant, she snatched it away and clutched it to her chest like it was her own child. Does FB send me messages if I have this phone? Should have some already. Morika quickly opened the screen on the phone. Saw the words on the screen, tears started to flow down her face. For my beloved daughter. It's been so hard for you. I know it was hard for me. Really was unfortunate, but I'm very glad you're alive. Get better and wait for my next message, okay? Time to complete your mission successfully and regain my trust. I believe in you from the bottom of my heart. To my beloved daughter from FB. Should have known she was gonna read it, but... Where's the auto button again? There it is. Where's the founder's goal in here if they're not trying to prevent Ocarine from using a time machine? Gotta be different in this one, right? Morika's voice actress does a really good job despite I looked up the voice actors for this series, and yeah, Morika's voice actress hasn't been in a whole lot of things, but yeah, she does a really good job in this game. Also, I found out that Ventaro not only does Death the Kid and Lee, he also does Tamaki from Oranho's High School Club, and I was like, he uses almost the exact same voice in that anime. I don't... When I was hearing it, I was like, the mad scientist is a freaking host in a different anime. Like, I don't know, I just found it hilarious. Plus, his message wasn't from FB. Kagari had written it herself. Wow. Keep someone at the brink of death for 5 months, then give them exactly what they want as bait, and you can easily put anyone under your control. Kagani knew this well. Life suddenly returned to Morika's face. She spread out the contents of Kagari's backpack like a woman possessed. I want to get better. I need to regain FB's trust. That's right, M4. Kagari smiled, satisfied, and knelt down in front of her. I'll treat you. Take off these bandages. We're gonna get more fan service. Okay, whew. When Kagari left the apartment, the sun had set. She spent several hours treating Morika's wounds. Her hands still smelled of medicine. Wouldn't go away for days, possibly. She sighed and put on her full-face motorcycle helmet and went to the parking lot and got on her bike. I wonder if I hear the voice of God soon. He whispered. took off on a motorcycle. Back to Rentaro. And he has a closed shut this time. It was almost July. Yep, we had another 6-month time jump. The rainy season hadn't been that bad this year, and what little remained of it had already disappeared. Temperature-wise, summer had come in a long time ago. In other words, it had almost been a year since it happened. There's a skip button. Because if I see Sheena one Saturday afternoon, stayed home, not only would it be hot, but that would be in my case about helping with the family business. Get away, I'd come to the area around Ikebukuro Station. A year ago, I could have gone to the lab, but with Suzuha living there right now, I'd mostly stopped going. But that meant that it was hard to find a place to study on my days off. Too much trouble to go to the university, and the classrooms probably won't open on weekends anyway. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out how to save, because if I remember, Amadeus calls here. I don't know if anything would change if I don't answer it, but who knows. A lot of the other patrons did the same thing I did by getting a cup of coffee and sitting there for hours on end. Some bought books, some bought computers. Took it to myself as I realized I just joined the ranks of the other normies. Oh, that's Ryan. Yep, this is the same. Okay! Thank you! So I just found out Ryan is like a... Because I was just watching an anime and they mentioned a messaging system called Line. So I was like, wait, is that the actual messaging system? Is Ryan like a pun off of that? You know, this is all the same as last time. And I completely skipped anything with... Okay, I was still in contact with Maho via email and chat. She was evidently busy with her research because she was always sleepy. I got my phone. I'm still looking for a certain icon on the home screen. Amadeus, right. What am I thinking? Okay, I'm stupid. Sorry. Amadeus isn't on our screen anymore because we actually disconnected from her when she left. But of course I deleted it myself 6 months ago. Amadeus. Is he doing well? Knowing her, she was probably coming up with some complicated theory or teasing Maho. It's also possible that she was visiting @channel and hiding it from Maho. Is he actually gonna look at @channel? That's right, Kirisu had internet access. It would make sense if she accessed @channel. Given that. Could Amadeus post on message boards? Didn't he say that he saw Kuri Gohan appear on message boards again? It was because of what happened that we actually didn't have a last day with Maho here. I spent a lot of effort last summer trying to argue with John Taito on @channel. Happened to in the Alpha World line though. It meant that she was okay with posting. There was a chance that Kadisa was doing the same thing. You actually gonna look it up? That's what I want to know. Some days I had even temporary access to the network, and just maybe. I opened a web browser on my smartphone, and without really expecting much, ran a search for the nickname I knew I'd never forget. Kuri Gohan and Kamehameha. The handle that Kadisa had once used. I spoke without thinking. I bowed my head a little towards the other customers who were staring at me coldly and looking back at my smartphone. Amazing, the search turned up several hundred results. They were all comments on @channel. I took a look at the dates on the result page. The oldest dated back to 2008. This must have been written by Kurisu when she was alive. I never expected to see traces of her here. Wait, did she really need to post this much? 2008? Unless she spent this much time on @channel. Comments was spread out on a lot of different boards. Physics, mathematics, science fiction, oh, and of course, the accord boards. For example, in the science fiction thread, she had passionate discussions about time machines. But unlike in the Alpha World line, she never came out and denied the possibility of a time machine. Okay, that has to do with the fact that John Titor went back and posted, because in the Alpha World line, they didn't post until 2010. So Kurisu, Nakabachi couldn't have based his research off of Titor's thing if Titor didn't exist in 2000. So Kurisu probably never ever looked into time machines until she was a grown-up. So the possibility seemed a lot less possible. No, I guess that's not surprising at all. So she'd gone through all the work required to write a paper on the time machines. Compared to that, her comments on the accord boards were brutal. It absolutely crushed the arguments of anyone who dared to propose anything even the least bit unscientific. But natural phenomena like crop circles, poltergeist, and spontaneous human combustion. Out-of-place artifacts, the Mayan Doomsday Calendar, conspiracy theories about how human DNA had been brought from another planet. Isn't the Mayan Doomsday Calendar the 2012 thing? Broke them down and refuted them with a core thoroughness that even drove away her own side, and if anybody dared challenge her, she'd leave them flat on the canvas. Like Kurisu, her comments offered so little room for discussion. Aggravating to read them. Did she actually enjoy all this occult stuff? Put enough energy into this that I couldn't help but wonder. This is just too much. When I met her at last year's ATF, I'd gone through the same experience. But at a certain point, the Kurigohan and Kamehameha comments suddenly stopped. The cutoff date was July 27th of last year, the day Kurisu died. The last comment was a slightly too heated response to someone who was mocking Dr. Nakabachi's time machine press conference. Chest tightened with the sensations of nostalgia and sorrow. I decided to close the browser, but then I stopped as soon as I saw her next comment. The phone closer to my face and stared at it again and again. The date of the comment was December 1st, 2010. This can't be. If she died in July 2010, this couldn't possibly be her. So who was it? Was it someone else who taken over the identity of Cody Gohan and Kamehameha? Or was it... There was no trip code, I couldn't tell for certain. An encoded string of characters that appears next to a name on the @channel message board. By entering your name as name, hashtag some word, you can cause some word to appear in the encrypted form. Oh, this is so weird because I have to separate all the word lines in my head now. Because that's what these are now. These endings, these routes, they're word lines in my mind. So we were on the word line in the other one when we went on a date with Maho. And he mentioned that he saw Cody Gohan popping up messages again, and he used that as bait against her. And now this is where we find it out. Because we weren't in the other word line. December 1st was just after Maho and Dr. Leskinen had come to Japan, and also about the time I had encountered Kurisu. That Cody Gohan and Kamehameha commented not about a rate of once per week. Look for the most recent comment. Wait, that's last night! The discussion about relativity theory. They did get foul mouthed when she went on that channel. Be one of those people who think that the Michelson-Morley experiment led to the development of relativity theory? No wonder you weren't making any sense. I had the grades to go fool, WW. And even talk, no point in even talking to you, WWW. And as I learned, W's are the laughing sounds. Well, I kind of want to go back and look at the Steins Gate elite comments, because I didn't know this was Kurisu. Why did... So stupid obvious, the Kuri, like, I know what Gohan and Kamehameha was. I should have focused on the Kuri. I'm like, oh, Kurisu. Nope. And I realized she said the same thing to me face to face. This wasn't some imposter. If this really was Kurisu, what a miraculous and yet stupid story. Maho and Dr. Luskin didn't know about this, I wonder? Probably not. Kurisu wasn't going to tell him. I didn't help but laugh. Tried to make contact with her. Wanted to see if this Cody Gohan and Kamehameha really was Kurisu. And I came up with a good handle. City Aries neighbor. Of course, this was a knockoff of Maho's ID. Cody Gohan and Kamehameha really was Kurisu. She'd have to notice it, right? Okay. I thought I smelled moron. It's true that the original purpose of that experiment was only to prove the existence of ether, but you cannot deny that it helped Einstein. As a result, you can say that it formed the basis of his theories. Someone needs to go back to school, and it ain't me. And there, it's posted. How about that? It's something deliberately provocative, and importantly, I mixed in some mistakes. But I thought I knew a lot more about Kirisu than Mahu did. If it is Kirisu, it's official right in. The act of catching fish also refers to deliberately provoking someone in an anonymous internet message board, or typing in deliberately false information and enjoying the angry response. So that's why that's where catfishing came from, I guess. Where'd the cat come from, though? Hey, my Yuri. At some point, my Yuri had walked up in front of me. Oh, you're here already? Been so busy writing my comment that I hadn't noticed. I really put the phone away and stood up. Hey, ready to go? What's wrong? Nothing. Let's go. Lady and I left the cafe. Right, and he talked to Amadeus here too, didn't he? And he and I met up and handed for Tokyo hands. When I stepped inside the air-conditioned store, I felt refreshed. It was this hot in June, I shuddered to think what it was going to be like in July or August. What are you going to buy? We're going to make some signs for advertising. So I need poster board and highlighters and stuff. We're going to put out a book at this year's Kamima. Nope, it's for a Kabi Green Girl show. So, I don't know. I don't know if I want to go through these again. I'm trying to figure out what's the best. I want to, like. I've already read these, so I kind of don't want to read them again. Because they're more or less the exact same until the parts where it's like, well, I was supposed to talk to Kirisu. So I'm kind of wondering if I should just, like, let these play and then talk about my thoughts so far. About my theories and things like that. Because, like, we know where this is going. I don't know when it's gonna change, and I'm gonna keep an eye out for that, but... It's still really weird to me that they decided to go back to her original sprite to show that it's somehow, like... They literally after the last ending, they changed her sprite again to the new one. I don't know. I kinda do wish they updated it a bit more. I mean, they definitely removed some of the, like, weird, like, blotches of color they had in the art in the last game. But... I don't know. Gonna be saying I don't know a lot. A lot of things you could use for advertising. Is it still auto? Yeah. So I mostly leave the purchasing decisions up to Mayuri. It's been quite a while deciding what to buy. Well, maybe because of all the time she spent on May Queen and Yan Yan, taste ran in the direction of cute and anime. Don't you think this heart shape is cute? We might get... Are you going to use a heart shape to sell fruits and vegetables? Okay, this part's different, I think. Because we weren't with her last time, we kind of, like, went off on our own. Well, how about this? Mr. Matsutake, stick and steady. Why not take him home tonight, ma'am? What? Or maybe... Buy my juicy ripe melons! Thought it didn't brainwash you while I wasn't looking, did he? Use the violent methods to forcibly change someone's thoughts or ideology. It's interesting that they say violent, because I don't... In most things I've seen when people are brainwashed, it isn't necessarily violent. Violence in this case can refer to physical methods, imprisonment, threats, physical pain, drug injection, etc., or psychological ones. Okay, I see. So, psychological methods. Planting a feeling of guilt, using verbal abuse, it offers a more powerful method of changing a person's mentality than mind control. Oh, I see. No, never mind. Made it look confused, and completely oblivious. Anyway, no heart shapes. It look like we're up to something we shouldn't be. Really? I think it's cute. Doesn't have to be cute. What I'm trying to say here. There's an intention not to interfere had gone by the wayside. Anyway, buy any more than this, you're going to have extras. Shopping cart was filled with cardstock of various colors and shapes. Will last us for a long time. You're right, Okabe. So, very right, okay. Let's go then. I read that as Okabe. And even though she never calls him by Okabe. Went to the cash register to check out. Since it was a Saturday, the checkout area was overflowing with shopping carts. It was going to take a while. I sent Mayuri to browse the toy section on another floor. I knew they'd have some stuff from one of her favorite shows by Ned Kakadu. And he looked apologetic, but did what I told her. And is this stuff gonna be the same? In the end, I waited a whole 15 minutes at the register. I don't think it's gonna skip even if I press the button, because this is technically a new chapter. With an apology, I decided to get the present I promised her. I'm really happy as she stared at the keychain. Yep. Again, why does he respond that way? Like he's contradicting himself. Now she's gonna explain the movie plot. Here we go. I have a feeling this is gonna go almost exactly the same way as the last ending, but something's gonna be changed. And that empty feeling I felt last time is gonna be filled. Did we have for Mayuri to get this excited about something? I also looked and saw that the design was a little different from the standard Upa. I didn't know a lot about Upa, so I couldn't say exactly what was different. Pretty lucky, huh? I don't know why I'm only reading Okarin's lines. Meadow Upa. Right, in this one he doesn't know that the Meadow Upa is what caused Nagabachi's paper to be saved. Yeah, you still got to go do that. Think about the job. I've been thinking the job was done once we bought the materials. Real work actually began now. But I helped too. I'm not worried. You tried to buy heart-shaped cardstock. It's nice of you to make them at all, so I won't complain. Oh, I need to call Mom. I told her that I'd be home for dinner. Why not eat at my place? Maybe the Mom and Dad will try to get you to stay anyway. I don't know. Are you going to stay at home the rest of today? You won't go to any singles parties? I haven't been to any lately. Thus far, when I've been trying to become a normal college kid, I forced myself to go to as many as possible. Lately, I've been so busy with my studies that I hadn't had a chance. See? Then, maybe I will. Maybe she got her phone, started to type something when... Oh, for Baki in the hospital. Oh god, here we go again.
お、
でも
また入院しただって。
Come on, get to the hospital. I need to figure out what's going on in this. What's different in this bout? The fact that we don't know anything about what happened with Maho and the doctor is kind of worrying me.
こっちです。
It makes me wonder if it still happened, but we just didn't see it.
ふぶきちゃんは大丈夫だよ。驚かせてごめんね。
というと、
今病室でふぶきちゃんのお母さんに。
じゃあまた検査。
はい、そう言ってました。なんだ。はあ、よかった。
Spooky. I always read casualty as causality now, and I hate it.
あれは病気なんかじゃないと思うけどな。
Yeah, this is all the same. Nice refresher after not having played it one day, but 2 days.
それがね、今、そうなんだ。でも、もう少しで終わるみたいよ。
I do wish I could skip this.
声をかけてくれるみたい。すごい。
And I think one button on the left side lets me skip. Yep.
いえ、そうじゃなく、
I just don't want to skip over something that might be different.
日本とこの病院とアメリカの専門。
そうなのか。お願いします。患者は全員。
Yep, that's Dr. Leskinen.
患者同士が接触しないよう、なるべく離れた部屋で。
しかしね、そんな都合よく病床は空いていませんから。
それでもやってくれないとダメです。患者同士が会話をすることで、夢の情報を共有してしまうでしょ
いや、それはそうですが。
脳というのはね、他人が見た夢なのに、それに共感を覚えてしまうと、あたかも自分が見た夢のように錯覚してしまう。そういう可能性だってあるのです。
Yep. And
教授、レスキネン教授。レスキネン教授、俺です。岡部です。
Dr. Leskinen's face quickly broke into a smile when he saw me.
Oh, Rentaro!
Man, imagine how happy this would have been if I didn't have the other ending first.
うわ、ちょっと待ってください、教授。ストップ、ストップ。
Stop it! Stop it!
いやはや、すまない。あまりに驚いて、はしゃぎすぎてしまった。
レスキネン先生、この青年とは。
あ、
見たところまだ学生のようだが。
いえ、俺は。彼は9月からビクトル・コンドリア大学の学生。
Not the same.
ほうほう、ビクトル・コンドリア大学かね。これは驚いた。日本人であそこへ行ける学生。
今の人はこの病院の院長。そんな偉い人相手に堂々。おや、私確かに9月から我が校。それとも何かい？君は結局我が校に来る自信がないのかな？でも
It was hard to hate him. Well, hold on to your tongues.
ウィンタールはどこか具合でも悪いのかい？あ、いえ、違います。ああ、そうか。いや、その友人。ああ、いえ。それで、教授こそ。
日本の病院で何を？
君も知っているだろう。例の新アメリカ政府の依頼で精神生理学研究所が私も調査に加わる。
そうなんですか。レスキネン教授が新型脳炎を。
もしかしてその友人というのは
Then knows Katsumi, and he mentioned in the other world line that he actually did mess with her brain.
クリスマスパー
I
ティー
don't know how, but
実は君と克美が揃って倒れただろう。克美には
そうでしたか。
もう少し協力的。
ああ、
実際のところ、克美、我々も日本の医師団も研究を進めてはいるんだけどね。正直、最初はどの医師も
あ、
何か
いえ、俺は医学生じゃないのでさっぱりです。
ところで、その克美、自分たちは病気じゃない。
Oh, that's what he. Oh, okay. Did she not help it? No, she definitely kept that a secret, but.
他の平行世界を実は俺もそういうことを言っていた時期が。
だけどね、確かにこの病の特徴として集団幻覚ってなんだろう。正直、非科学的。
そうですか。
君も克美から医者に言えないことでも。
はい。一応。
さて、リンタロウ、それはそれとし
Is he gonna ask about the girls again? Okay, this one I have to see. I was looking over my shoulder.
Christmas partyの時
Got a sense of this at the Christmas party. But your girlfriends really are cute, aren't they?
キュートなお嬢さんばかりだね。
え
And around and saw that Mayuri, Kaede, and Yuki had all stood up from the sofa and were looking at me. They saw that Dr. Luskin was looking at them, they waved. Any of those girls involved with you right now? Yuki, Kaede, Mayuri, Luca.
ルカ、それとも克美がそうなのかな？
His voice.
いや、別に無理に聞かせてくれとは言わないよ。君のプライベートを
He's being joking about it, but I'm wondering if he really, like, is trying to gauge which girl he would actually, like, torture if it came to getting Rentaro to speak.
ただ、まあ、可愛い教え子にちょっとした土産話をと思ってた。それじゃリンタロウ。
He didn't.
もうちょっと院長と話をしないと。
He didn't mention that Maho's back. See, again, this is why I didn't want to skip, because I would have missed that important thing.
次回にとっておこう。彼女たちによろしく。
はい。
He didn't mention Maho's back in Japan.
今の人レスキネン先生ですよね。どこかで見たことあると思った。アメリカに帰ったんじゃなかったでしたっけ？おかわり？
Damn. Dr. Luskinen had said she looked just fine. She told us she was ready to leave the hospital and jog all the way home. Many of the others will be relieved, but I felt worried. I need to talk to Dr. Luskinen about being Steiner after all. How would I explain it? It'd be a better idea to talk to Maho and have her explain it to him. Come to the answer right away. We said goodbye to Kaede and Yuki at one of the stations on the way back. We got to Ikabuka, though I remembered to check out my phone and open the web browser. Chan, eager to see how she responded to the bait I spread this afternoon. Put my hand over my mouth to stifle the noises. They had been standing next to me, and she was leaning over my screen. It was Fitzgerald and Lawrence who based the hypothesis of that experiment. Einstein himself said it has nothing to do with his theories. You don't even know that? How ignorant are you, WWW? I fished her up, alright. Didn't think it would go this well. Timestamp was from just 30 minutes ago. That is spawned immediately using the same name Salieri's neighbor. You're the ignorant one. In a letter written before his death, Einstein said that he was aware of Michelson and Morley's experiments. Wasn't in the middle of the thread. There's already a response from her. Not that duh. All he said was that he knew of the experiment. Obviously, Einstein used the Fizeau experiment and stellar aberration to come up with a theory of relativity. Time tag between the posts was just 21 seconds. Kind of irritating to have her come after me so hard, as if she was insulting me as a person. But I was the one who deliberately written in mistakes, so I should have expected. Just can't let anyone else win, can you? You haven't changed a bit, WW. Are you Mozart? But other residents were probably confused, everyone except for her. Many have been watching our exchange and looked at me confused. You know this kitty. Yeah, that's someone I've known for a long time. I think. Is that a Chaos Head poster? Actually, all this stuff looks Chaos Head themed. Except the one on the right behind my Yuri. And how would she reply to the nickname Leo's neighbor in post I just wrote? Yes, but there wasn't an immediate response like before. Train reached the Kabukido station. Blood covered. Oh, is that blood tainted? Blood. Ah, fuck. What was it called? I see Overdrive. Phantom. Chaos. I see Chaos in the back. Yep, that was. Okay. Yeah, that's Chaos. I skipped that. Load the thread one more time before the doors open, and there was a very short response. Could you go ahead and Kamehameha? Who are you? There could be no doubt now. This could go Gohan and Kamehameha was Kurisu. Suzuha. It was a very hot day in 1998 when Suzuha said goodbye to Kagari Shina. Okay, let's go into this again. And it's not gonna skip. You have major props to Kagari's voice actress. I mean, this is stuff we've already seen, so wouldn't it be the same? I don't think anything would change in the past. I'm taking a risk. I don't know, that's good code, right? New tips. Why are they new tips? Oh, is it because I'm on a different save file, so they technically count as new tips? Netsling, it's used to me and I just joined this thread and I'm not sure what's going on. Someone explained it to me in 3 lines or less. A play on this Japanese word, Imakita Shangyu. Mean either I just got here, give me 3 lines, or Imakati Industries.
神様のかがりダメだよ。ダメなんだよ。おい。
Yep, and then PG. There you go.
動いちゃダメ。じゃあそんなのわかんないよ。なら私たちはタイムマシン。うるさいうるさいうるさい。かがりはママを絶対に助けるんだ。この世界を消すなんてダメだよ。絶対にやらせないから。やめろ。やめてくれ、かがり。やめろ。
Oh god, is she gonna come here again?
Oh, Mahotan, osu.
I really wish the skip feature worked outside of other save files, but oh, this is new. I didn't. Oh my god, I didn't. I can't. I should have bet. Mahotan, hey. Daddy was sitting at the computer next to Suzuha, talking into his monitor. I was displaying a video chat screen. On the screen was a young girl dressed in slovenly fashion. No, a proper full-fully grown lady. She looks so tired. You can see Suzuha at the bottom. She's like, huh? I'm assuming that's, yep, Maho USA. Skype with an I, not a Y. It was 8:30 p.m. on the Future Guides lab in Akihabara. Meanwhile, Victor Condria was an hour off from usual due to daylight savings time, and it was 7:30 a.m. You okay? Really, she probably just got up. I like how her hair makes it look like she kind of has cat ears. Maho was a mess. Her hair was never combed right, but her eyes were bloodshot and her gaze was wandering. Spots in her eyes were too dark for the little bit of makeup she applied to cover them up. Her cheeks were sunken, which made her look even tinier than usual. On top of all that, her skin was terribly pale. She looked like something out of a zombie movie. We like referencing zombies, don't we? Anemic Mahotan for the win! Also, after going back and listening to some of Steins Gate's text, I definitely think that Itaru's voice actor went for something different here, because it doesn't sound like they found. It's definitely more exaggerated in this game compared to the last one. His nuttiness. Only she would have gotten upset at Itaru's joke. Either she'd gotten used to it or simply given up because she said nothing. How are things going over there? I've managed to rebuild it to how it was before Ocarina took it apart. I think it does most of what it did before. Took what apart? The glance down towards the development room past the kitchen in the back of the lab. Oh, right now he was working with Maho to recreate what Okabe had called the time leap machine. What? Oh. I see where we're going with this. If this follows the events... of the other ending, are we going to use the time leap machine? Not going well? Yeah, it's just not stable. It ends up being a normal microwave. I see. I wonder what's wrong with it. We could ask Ocarina, I'm sure things would be different. Can't do that. He'd get really mad if he even knew we were working on this. Why is Suzuha allowing it? Because afraid. He's afraid of the power of the world line convergence. It'll be easy to convince him. In fact, it had almost been a year since she'd first tried and failed. There was a moment of silence. Wait, Mahutan, are you asleep? Mahu's whole body jerked and she almost fell out of her chair. That was close. I almost went back to bed before I left for work. Look at Suzuha, she's actually a little bit mad and like concerned. It's like, what? You know, you're working too hard. If you get sick, it'll only slow us down, you know? I'm fine. And actually, after all this work, I'm still not as good as the real genius. I don't think so. You know, I think you're a genius. I don't need you to make me feel better. Got all these hints about the time leap machine that a copy told me about, and I still can't find the answer. How did she manage to compress all that memory data and send it to the past? The Hadron Collider. Lisa managed to do it, but I seemed upset. It's obvious even through the monitor. Oh, I'm sorry. This isn't the time to complain, is it? Suzuha looks sad again down there. Anything else to report for today? Now I'm going to head to work. One more thing. Suzuha looked at Itaru. Itaru. What you'd asked me to look into. You find something? Nothing clear yet. I see. Done some breaking and entering into a bunch of networks and taken things about as far as it's safe to do so. I'm not blaming you. Tell me what you know. No, if you want to start screaming insults, I wouldn't mind that at all. Hi, I'm running out of time. Sure. Hoi hoi. Itaru opened a different window in the monitor. He displayed one of the text files in it, the record of the information Itaru and Suzuha had collected. First, the incident where you were attacked in the hotel basement. Cops say it was some kind of crazy cultist on a drug trip. That's definitely a lie. Lie? Like the police announcement said, he was an assistant professor at a college. And that's fine, but I can't find anything linking him to a cult at all. Tried accessing public safety's secret data file on the cult, too, so I'm certain of it. They're lying. If you look at @channel, you'll sometimes see people who look like they're from the court, claiming that they're innocent and that the whole thing's a conspiracy. A lot of tokas. Whenever that happens, the haters show up instantly and they beat the daylights out of the guy. A one-sided battle in which the target gets the daylights beaten out of them. People on the internet with a negative opinion about a certain person or thing, they go wherever fans of that person or thing gather and deliberately write things to provoke them. They often get into heated debates with fans. And the haters always have this really well-made fake evidence. Digitally altered images and stuff. There's no way that's a coincidence. Really? I don't know a lot about this @channel thing. Most of the big sites have agents on them, including @channel. And they get paid, like it's a business. That they do it 24 hours a day, from morning till night. Information control. Propaganda. An advertisement for a specific ideology. Primarily used for political and religious purposes, propaganda has been around since the time of the Roman Empire beginning in the 20th century, particularly after the end of the Second World War. Its methods have been more insidious. One example of this new propaganda could be attempts to manipulate public opinion via mass media. Propaganda advertisements are not always true, and the most obvious of them include lies or slander towards their targets if it's to the weirdest advantage. Politicians and bureaucrats use them to influence public opinion on the net. There are even companies that specialize in this sort of thing. See, I can understand that. America has the same thing. These agents can change their IP, but they can't hide from me. Officially Internet Protocol, however the term IP is often mistakenly used to describe an IP address. An IP address is essentially an ID number given to a computer to allow it to exchange information via the Internet or LAN. The Internet Protocol is the methods and standards used to exchange that information. I did some research, and there's an insane amount of agents assigned to that case. Insane amount? To the point where I have no idea where the money to pay them is coming from. What about the attack on your workplace, Dad? Same deal. Police had called it a fight between foreign mafias trying to expand their territory in Japan. Media never questioned the story at all, and even people on the boards of the famously skeptical At channel believed everything they were told. Of course, there was no mention whatsoever of Russia or Sun. So I decided to post a thread where I pretended to be a witness and said I saw some Russian special forces. And wow, was I amazed! Talk about some serious try-hard trolling. Got pissed enough that I almost doxed the agent's real name, his company name, and everything else. Evidently, he had been really irritated. It was rare for Toddy to get so angry, or maybe it wasn't, she decided. In other words, pressure came down from somewhere to shut down discussion. That's Japan for you. A rare free country. But I guess no different, is it? I see the sun and I keep on thinking that it's a little strand of hair poking out of her head. Got that right. Gilden smiled at the joke. Anyway, so that's all I can do. I see. That's enough. Thank you. Yeah, Joe. Do you think you can get permission from the lab to come to Japan? Well, I keep sending requests to go as Dr. Leskinen's assistant, but they keep turning them down. Dr. Leskinen's here now, right? Yeah. He's researching the new encephalitis. Since it had nothing to do with artificial intelligence, it seemed Mahu wouldn't be allowed to go along. But that's fine. They keep turning me down. I've got ideas of my own. What are you going to do? Tell me you're going to defy your superior officer's orders to drop the case. And then you get caught by the bad guys. I've seen that hentai before. Hey Maho, say, kill me! In the frustrated as voice as possible. Za's hand went for her back pocket. Sassing. What? Tada's shoulders slumped as he apologized. Lately she'd been able to put a stop to Tada's terrible jokes just by doing that. Wasn't sure if it was a good thing or a bad thing that she knew exactly how to handle him. Well, anyway, I should be there before too long. Okay, tell us when you've got a date. On Hiajo, going to walk, you should take another look in the mirror first. Before they entered the car, Susan had decided to warn her. Who stood up and walked towards the closet without turning off the camera. Vanished from view, but a moment later. Must have seen how terrible she looked because she let out a very unfeminine scream. Relaxed for a moment after turning off the video chat. Susan had thought back to the time before she'd become a time traveler. Did this every time she got off the video chat with Maho.
タイムマシン開発
Maho Yajo. Someone who helped build the time machine, huh? After Maho had gone back to America, that she had volunteered to help Suzuha and Itaru with the time machine. It meant that when Itaru Hishida completed the time machine 25 years from now, Maho Yajo must have contributed in some way. But I know I shouldn't say too much about the future, but there was nobody by that name helping you, you know? Really? I mean, she probably left the team at some point. I don't know whether it was for her own free will or due to some external factor. But if nothing else, I don't think she was part of the core team. I see. Pretty handy to have around, though. I don't really want to say this, but there's a possibility she might be a spy. What? No way. Not Mahotan of all people. Why don't you remember that it's a possibility? Told you. The war of information that comes before the Third World War has already started. Either way, we can't let anybody find out the machine's secrets. Just make sure you're very careful about that. So, how are you going to work on the time machine going forward? We really need Okarin's help. That's the thing. I don't know if we can persuade Uncle Okarin. I might have to do it by force. Who was it that tried that before and then it failed? Suzuha pursed her lips. Even with a gun in his face, Rintaro Akari still wouldn't get in the time machine. To be honest, Suzuha was so out of options. She stifled a sigh. Didn't do any good to let herself get down. Trying to think of it. How are things with Mom? I'm not worried about that. Everything okay? They're going to be born, right? Here we go again. Is that more important than the time machine? That's storm number 2, Itaru. Can't screw this up, Dad! Yeah, Daddy's gonna do his best, okay? All you ever do is talk. You even wasted those movie tickets we gave you, didn't you? But the pair of movie tickets the Million Fairs had conspired to give them at the Christmas party. That was because Okarin and Miss Fubuki collapsed, you know? We were so busy with hospital visits and stuff that the movie left the theater. Not like it's my fault. I heard that when you tried to give you new tickets, you turned them down. Who told you that? I'm gonna stop skipping because it's all the same. Past 6 months since I've been thinking about whether it was really right to erase this word. Okay, is this gonna be the whole spaghetti thing again? Oh, something's different. Hold on, actually, I haven't eaten yet. I'm probably going to be up all night again, so I want to get there before it gets too late. So hunched over, he pointed towards the development room. He was pointing at the phone wave. Name subject to change, Unit 02, that was put together, but still undergoing testing. Don't glare at me like that. I'll eat as healthy as I can, so please forgive me.
バニラ。
はい。
私、シャワー出たらアイス食べたい。
わかった。
いっぱいはいらないよ。一つ。
そう、イエス。
And he leaves.
やれやれ。世話がかかる。
Now she's gonna go take a shower. Wait.
鈴葉。
Oh. Okay, now I remember.
どう
Yep.
かした？
This happened as well.
ところにさ、こんなの落ちてたんだよね。誰のかわか。
まゆ姉さんじゃないの？このウーパー、どこかで。どこだっただろう。
まゆしに見せ。
そうなのかな。ママがずっと大切にしてきたウーパのキーホル。
And then after that indescribable terror, she just goes and takes a shower.
かがりって。見つかったん？
いや。
つまり。
あいつ、このラボを監視してるんだよ。
I wonder if Moeka's gonna have something to do with this ending.
この世界をということは、まあ世界線の摂理を信じるなら、ただシュタインズゲート到達を阻止するために父さんの研究の邪魔はしてくるかもしれない。これからは用心のために。オカリンおじさんや母さんや気休めかもしれないけど。
でもさ、もしそれで嫌わ。
父さんがもっと早く母さん。
って結局。
Back to that.
注意だけはしておいてよね。
なあ鈴葉、かがりたんて血はつな。
そうだよ。
あのまゆしに育ててもらった子が。なんか鈴葉の話とイメージが。
だとよかった。けど今のかがりは多分。
I wonder if Kagadi has been around her this whole time. What if she was the one who found the Vounders, like... founded the Vounders? Oh, is that the word, founded? Okay. Seriously, I wish we could skip it, even if it is called a different chapter. Same text. I wonder if this is gonna have to do with the name subject to change phone wave, though.
父さんが一度戻ってきたのか。
What is it? What if this time it's Moeka? Oh shit! What if this time it's actually Moeka?
おかしな真似をしたら撃つ。手を頭の上に。そのままゆっくり出てこい。この暑いのによくそんな格好をしていられるな。ヘルメットだけでも取ったらどうだ？あんたが探してるものだけどね。私の服のポケットだ。なあ、落としたらダメじゃないか。かがり。
Yep, it's still Kagari. Unless... I don't know. No, this is the same so far. I'm only sticking to it because now that the phone wave exists, I'm wondering if something changes.
これはブランクカートリッジ。どうして？この
Yep, I said Kagari. And service time. Knives in the cabinet.
へえ、とてもマシンの中でベソベソ泣いてた子供とは思えないな。驚いたよ。ほら、かがり、これだろ。どうした？取りに来なよ。
Lock the keychain. Fade line. Yep, that was a fan service.
おとなしくしろ。殺しはしない。もうやめろ。今の私にはお前の気持ちだってわかこいつ一体どんな訓練を受けてきたんだ。
I really like the soundtrack for the Steins games. I don't remember many memorable ones in this one compared to the first one, but it's still pretty good.
前随分と汚い真似まで覚えたんだな。
But if I'm being so quiet, I'm like, I don't know what I'm not trying to like speak over the voice. I mean, not. I'm trying to focus on the text, seeing if I can find any discrepancies between the two routes.
ダメだ父さん、来ちゃダメ。その手を離せ。父さんに傷一つでも負わせてみろ。たとえお前でも。どいて。だから痩せろって言って。
鈴葉、これ着て。
No, she escaped.
逃げられた。
今のってまさか。
うん。
そっか。
結局あの子とはこうなっちゃうんだな。私さ、あの子のことは。
うん。
小さくても勇敢で、私も。
うん。
けどあいつはもう完全に敵だ。
今の鈴葉。
え？お？
まあ僕は地上物も結構いける口なんで、乱れた肌。
またそうやってふざける。大怪我してたかもしれないのに。
僕さ、さっきはナイフ見て騒いじゃった。あれがもし僕の聞き間違いじゃなかったら、ナイフを突きつけられてた時、ほんの。
何が？
彼女多分ない。
え
I mean, she did have her arm dislocated, but
だからさ。
父さん。
の？
アイス。
ああ、もちろん。
食べたいな。私。
she falls forward.
ちょっと疲れ。
おい、
ごめん。平気。でも少しだけ。
Back to Rintawan. He's actually happy this time. Why? When July came, the sun shone down even harder on eastern Japan. Summer was truly here. Is Maho gonna be here? The news had been saying for days that the heat island effect might make this the hottest summer in years, and on the first Sunday in July. The arrivals lobby at the international terminal of Naota Airport was filled with foreigners and Japanese passengers returning home. Look at all these people. There's more now than there were a minute ago. Are they using Ferris's old sprites? I just realized. I was like, wait, why does she look off? Look, it's Rumiho. With cat ears. But they use Mayuri's new sprite. Expect the airport to be this busy on a Sunday, yeah? Don't miss her, Mayuri. Ferris. You know how tiny she is. Guess we're waiting for someone here. I'm gonna save. Sorry, I can't go today. It's fine, no problem. You had something to do. It's alright. A lot of people around would just bother Hyajo. I hope I can see Maho before she leaves. Found out Lukako! Lukako's Japanese voice actor does the voice for Mahiru in Dragon Rumble 2. And technically 3. So I found that interesting. I'm glad that Mayuri's not the only voice actor from the Danganronpa series. Ask her how long she's staying and contact you later. Thank you. In almost an hour. I'm gonna have to tell her you said that. Please don't. It's just a joke. There's no sign of her though. Speaking of old sprites with new ones, this makes you think of the talent mode. Not talent mode. Is that what it's called in V3? When you see the old art styles of the characters versus the new art styles. That's what I'm feeling right now. I think the biggest thing right now is the contrast. Like, look at the shadow below Perez's neck, and then look at just look at Mayuri. Like, the contrast is the biggest change, I think. Maybe it was a mistake to try and surprise her by meeting her at the airport, yeah. You'd have at least asked what time she was arriving. And I told her they were coming to greet her. So all we knew was that she was arriving in Naughty Town an afternoon flight. If I had known we were going to have to wait so long, I would have tried to get the arrival time out of her. A stream of passengers flowing by us, but no sign of the person we were waiting for. I was starting to wonder if we'd missed her because she was so small. She finally appeared. More precisely, I saw a giant travel suitcase rolling all by itself away from the gate. From behind it, I heard a voice I recognized. Christ! I did not fake my passport! What is wrong with people? Every single time, no matter what country I go to, they always have to check it and it always takes forever! I walked up to the suitcase and gave it a pat. I had been leaning forward and pushing the suitcase as hard as she could. Her mouth hung open when she saw me. Noah, glad you were able to make it past customs. You look really pale. You okay? Of course I'm okay. Wait, never mind that. What are you doing here? Told me you were arriving this afternoon, right? So I decided to come surprise you. And you did? That's... Thanks. Thanks. Normal. Her voice became really weird the moment she saw me. Was my being here really that much of a surprise? But you know, I told you I can get to Akihabara Station on my own, and to meet me there. Come on, you've come all this way, so it's the least I could do. I'm not sure you can really get to Akihabara on your own. How rude, I'm not that helpless. I like how Ventara's... She's laughing more, so it's nice. Lady and Ferris came up as well. Oh, she's never heard the catchphrase before! Ahonyan, I missed you! Lady grabbed Maho's hand, Ferris walked up and gave her a big hug. Hey, Ferris. Good to see you. Came all this way to welcome me. Thank you. By the way, can you not yell Mahonyan at the top of your lungs in a place like this? Why not? It's cute. Go round. Everybody's laughing, right? It's embarrassing. The people you don't know. I mean, I guess it's a little different for an established scientist. I don't know, I wouldn't be embarrassed. I don't know what if that happened. It's like there's 1,000 people going, more than 1,000 people going through there an hour a day. I don't know. Yeah, it's a yeah. But this really sticks out after all. Well, we've been waiting here. All the foreigners have been pointing at her and yelling, "Carriers, carriers!" Someone having to ask for pictures. Yeah, Joe. I'll take your luggage. Yeah, this was a really sudden trip, wasn't it? Only a few days ago that I found out she was coming. Are you here to help Dr. Leskinen again? Oh, well... Oh, I was fidgeting, glancing up at me. Are you still talking to Dr. Leskinen very often? Yeah, he's still over here doing his research, right? Sometimes he invites me out to dinner. It's a big honor. I see. That's bad. Bad? Why? Huh? Ah, God, since we didn't see what happened when she jumped 6 months over the... Ah, God, that's gonna bother the hell out of me. She knows something. So does she know that Leskinen has done things? Really was acting weird. I liked this when I saw her last winter. She tired from her trip? Was seeing us here that much of a surprise? I'm not here to help the professor this time. I'm visiting some relatives in Okinawa. But since I'm here anyway, I decided to drop by Akihabara first. See. Okinawa, huh? For a moment, the name of that place brought back visions of that nightmarish time. But I collapsed on Christmas. I was sent to another world line where I'd spent a month fleeing in Okinawa. That sounds so nice. I'd love to go there. You didn't go there on your school trip, yeah? I went to Hokkaido. I went... Hawaii. Sounds like Hawaii. What the one now? Wow, a foreign country. I think it's at the girls in the talk of school trips. So Hiajo, you're not staying in Tokyo that long. Yeah, I guess I wouldn't be. You're right. You have a hotel in Akihabara, yeah? Okay, seeing them side by side, looking forward in almost the same pose, I am seeing all the differences and it's bugging the hell out of me. Not yet. I'm gonna go look for a cheap business hotel. Come stay at my place. And use the same room you used before, Nyan. What? But I really couldn't. Ah, don't worry about it. I'm always happy to have you, Nya. But I really couldn't. And how about this, Nya? You can stay for free, but in exchange you have to do just a little bit of work at my cafe, Nya. Oops. Yeah, cafe? Can't mean the place where they were the cat ears. That's right, Nya. All my cat-eared maids are busy with Kamima reparations right now, Nya. They come to me crying and asking for time off, Nya. In other words, there's a serious shortage of cat-eared maids, Nya. Nya. McGiddy. That's right, Nya. How about it, Mahonyan? How about it, Nyan? Poor Maho. I refuse. Why not? Why? You know why. I wouldn't look good in those things. You sure would. Mayushi, sure you'd look great. No objections, yeah. Wakanin, you think so too, right? Yeah?
ああ、
Yeah,
きっと
I'm sure she'd get plenty of fans.
ファンなんて
Fans? I don't like being flattered.
別に
I'm not flattering you, though.
だけどな。
だとさ
Then you need to go to an optometrist and get your eyes checked. Yeah, yeah. She turned all red.
なってます
I did not. I just know that she does definitely, compared to the other girls, she doesn't have like very feminine eyes, I guess.
マホニャンは
I think Mahonia needs to realize how attractive she is, yeah.
と思うにゃ
Yep, if Mayushi was a boy, she'd be in love.
しちゃうので
God damn it.
だから
Telling you that's not true. I think you should.
は多分
Probably. I don't know how to say it.
もうちょっと
Put a little more effort into your appearance, maybe?
おしゃれとかしてみたらいいんじゃないかな。そうすればもっと
You did, I'm sure you'd look more... And my best to sound encouraging, but just ended up sounding like a real jerk. Of course, she was annoyed.
私は今
And fine as I am, my job as a scientist is my first priority.
でも
But, what if you find a guy you like, yeah?
できたらどう
You won't be able to show him how you feel, yeah?
相手に気持ち大丈夫
I'm fine.
そういう
I don't think it'll ever happen, so it doesn't worry me.
困ったりしないわ
She gave a sigh that was a little too deliberate. I'm sorry. The jet lag and the trip had got me a little tired. What was that? That was a weird transition from crying face to I'm fine.
わかるにゃ
I know the feeling, yeah. Jet lag is rough, yeah. I've never experienced it.
リムジンを用意
Got a limo ready, so you can catnap on the way, yeah.
リ
A limo? Bess had rented a white limo to pick up Maho. Gee, she really did go overboard. Thanks to that, my Yeti and I were able to enjoy its big, comfy seats on the way to Narita Airport.
なんなら
You can rest on my lap if you want, yeah.
それとも
Or would you rather rest on my Yushi's lap, yeah.
マユシーは
My Yushi's okay with that.
キュッ
I'm fine. I'm not a
と
kid.
あるまいし
でも
But I can tell you're really tired, though.
だいぶ疲れ
Are
て
you that busy with work?
それはまあ
I've got 2 projects going
す
on.
るわけだから
掛け持ち
2 projects?
というと
Working on something besides
何
Amadeus?
かやっているのか
Quickly put her hand over her mouth.
それはあの
That's well.
企業秘
It's classified information.
そうか
I see.
それは悪かった
Sorry about that. The American university labs had a lot of stuff like that going on there. And there were a lot of industrial spies. If she wasn't careful about what she said, she might get fired or worse. Mistake on my part to even ask.
そういえば
Come to think of it,
橋田さんは
was Hashida today?
どうしたの
That's not suspicious at all. Like, obviously we know that she's working with Hashida on the phone wave, but the fact that she went to that immediately after talking about the project.
あいつなら今日は
Doing the most important job of his life right now.
大事な用があってな
人生を
The most important job of his life? Are we gonna go to Suzuha's thing again? God is on a date right now.
デート中なんだよ
Her shock was almost comical.
私
I must be really tired.
出ているのね
I'm hearing things.
一応聞いたわ
いや
No, I can understand why you'd feel that way, but... He really is on a date.
信じられ
I can't believe it. You're kidding me. That pervert? Even Maho was calling him a pervert. Dado had said he was talking to Maho a lot too, and I could just imagine what the conversations were like. And actually, if Dado didn't do his best today, it would ruin the ward's entire chain of causality. In that sense, Dado's date today was an event with universe-spanning implications. And now to Suzuha. Who's spying on them? It's gonna be the same. Music, hello. There you go.
メジャーカレーです
Mm-hmm. Hopefully he's not acting weird in this one. Also, I just noticed the guy's shed has like a gorilla on it. Right? That's a gorilla, right? I'm not seeing things.
一体なんで初
いや、
デートの
なんで
朝食がメジャーカレーなんだよ、お父さん。
Beauty and the Beast couple that Susan was watching, of course, was Ataru and Yuki. I feel like he had a different face last time. I could be wrong about that.
私はゴーゴーカレー、せっかくの初デートなんだから、もうちょっと他に選択肢もあるだろう。
I mean, he looks still nervous.
写真よりもすごいですね。
Also, Yuki looks so different compared to the episode 25 of Steins Gate. I don't know who decided to make the episode 25 version of Yuki. If that was a choice on the animation teams, or if it was a choice from the actual directors of the game. But the fact of the matter is that Yuki in that one had much darker hair, much shorter hair, which isn't a surprise. Like, if she was shorter haired, like, that could be just a time thing. But she had brown eyes, not blue. So the fact that they kept the name Yuki, but they changed her design ever so slightly, I'm assuming the reason why they did that is because they wanted to differentiate Yuki and Suzuha more. Otherwise, it would be very blatantly obvious that they're related. So with those two differences, they were like, yes, now we can make them different people.
もし食べきれなかったら。はい、ありがとうございます。けど、
そうですか。
実はいつもお店の外でメニューだけ見てて、連れてきてもらえて。
それは。
お
Oh, nope, he's still acting strangely. Gonna be the same.
ごめんなさい。ありがとうございます。一体何をやってるんだ父さんは。あんなんじゃ母さんに愛されちゃうよ。
はい、メジャーカレー。
あ、
And small shot like this was suicide.
あら？鈴葉さん、いたんですか？声かけて、いや、気がつかなかったんだよ、全然。
He takes it over to her side and she's like, yeah, let's have...
はい、どうぞ。
なんでって、はぁ？
have a competition.
そうです。改めて言われると。デート中に他の女と、そう、どうでしょう。でもほら、アニメとかお兄ちゃんを取られたくない妹が彼女さんに向かって勝負だみたいなの。そういうものなの？兄さん。
God damn it, Itaru!
なんか
どうしたのさ？
どうもしてないおかしくない
お
I feel like this is gonna be the same as well. Because I don't know what would change here from the events we've done.
私、橋田さん、単に緊張でもそれが私カレー屋さんに連れて行ってそれで偶然あのさ、ゆきさんはいや、私が言うのもな鈴葉さんは私好きですか？好きですよね。まあって私のことはそれでゆきさんは？私はそっか。そんなの嫌だ。私さ、ちょっと遠いところに
This is very ominous. Imagine if someone said this to you.
だからさ、こんなこと私が頼むのもおかしな話だけど、橋田至を私はどうしたいんでしょうね。
And then it goes into later. When she's yelling at Itaru.
ああ、もうどうするんだよ。これじゃ破局の危機だよ。しょぼくれてるんじゃない。とりあえず今朝出かけるときはあんなに楽しそうだったじゃん。一体何があったの？
いや、それがさ。
Yes, take it easy.
映画の座席って狭いじゃん。だから、そしたら。で、慌てて体を支えようとし、それが。
そんなことか。
嘘じゃないよ。
そう。
ただ僕、女の子と
それで？
天音し優しいからさ。僕ってこの体型じゃん。手汗とか、なんか、それから。
ああ、なるほどね。
天音もきっと心の中で。
母さんはそんな人間じゃないよ。
I don't know what I want. I'm wondering how that's significant. At least in this ending. If it's not significant in this ending, it might be in another one.
母さんが
鈴葉。
言ってることが
でも無理だって。
父さんが頑張らないでどうするの？このピンチをチャンスに変えるんだよ。出ないと。
ですよね。
Car park in front of the lab. Here we go. Now we're going somewhere different. Kenya! Recognize a voice coming from below the open window. Big Sis Fumi. Is that Steins' voice? Good let go of Vita's collar and moved over to the window. Below, she saw a group of people she knew. Ventaro! Look, wow. It throws me off when I see Ventaro's sprite. First of all, he seems a bit happier. The shading under his face is not good, but I think the clothes help it seem like this is more casual than morning. Because it is a bit lighter black than his pants are. Kind of like my clothes. Can't see it, but wearing black pants, yep, I can't raise my knee high enough. Tawakabe Mayuri Shina, Ferris Nyanyan. And Maho Hiyajo too. Hiyajo's here already? Why is she here with Uncle Okarin? And she gave a start and turned back towards the room. Hey, this is bad, we haven't put it away! Suzaha pointing towards the desk in the development room where the phone wave name subject to change unit 2 was sitting.
あ、やばいやばい、覚醒。
オーキードーキー。
Nothing else, and meant that Maho Miyajo was coming to the Future Gadget Lab. Suzaha hoped that this meant the work on the phone wave would get back on track. I'm assuming she's allowing it because it helps them. Yep. Presage of a new chapter! New chapter! We got a new chapter, guys. And now we're in Hyajo's eyes. Ah. Okay, real quick. I need to save. Oh god, we're going into the next pages, okay. So, there was a small explosion in the room filled with smoke. If I had to take two guesses, the method of hiding the phone wave is the smoke, so that Suzaha could put it away somewhere. That would be my guess. Speaking of, I don't see it. Or am I missing it? Oh, secondly, this is a while after the testing it out, and it exploded or something. Gihu, gihu, gihu. What the fuck was that voice clip? Was that supposed to be? Was that supposed to be coughing? Yeah, the gehu is supposed to be a cough. I don't think I've ever coughed like
じゃないわよ。どういうことか説明して。なぜいきなり煙を吹いたの？
電子レンジが原因だと思われ、粗大ゴミで捨てられてたのを拾ってきたやつだから、どこかショートしたのかも。
拾ってきたって、あなたね。私たちが作ろうとしているのは人類史に名を残すレベルの大発明なのよ。なのになんで粗大ゴミを部品に使っているの？
業務用の電子レンジは高いのだぜ。
私のクレジットカードを使ってもいいからなんとかしなさい。
それは助かるよ。
もう我慢できないわ。エアコンを入れるわよ。
それは無理。電話レンジカッコ仮2号機と一緒に稼働させるとブレーカーがつうか、そのエアコン電気代がとんでもないことになるから1日1時間しか使うの禁止。
わかったわよ。でも髪まですすまみれだからシャワーを借りた。
どうぞどうぞ。
もしちょっとでも覗くような真似をしたらすぐに鈴葉さんに連絡するから、そのつもりで。
そんなことしないって。つうか僕は今そういう冗談に付き合っていられるほど心の余裕はないよ。昇進の僕は今週はエロゲすら立ってる状態なんで。はあ。
まったく、せっかくの七夕だっていうのになんでこんなすすまみれになってないといけないのかしら。
魔法ターン魔法ターン。
何よ、まさか本気で覗くつもり？このドアをちょっとでも開いてみなさい。泣いちゃうから。
そんな萌えセリフ言ってる場合じゃないって。今マヨシから連絡あった。もしかするとオカリンが
岡部さんが？
電話レンジカッコ仮2号機は隠しといたけど僕らがやってる研究のことバレない？
わかった。というか私ここにいた。フェイリスさんのマンションに戻って隠れていないと。
なんで？
だって本来なら私は今頃沖縄にいるはずなのよ。
そうだって。
よ、誰？
でもこんなのすごくなんていうか、
よ、誰？
ああ、オカリンか。一人で来るなんて珍しいじゃん。
何してたんだ？お前真っ黒だぞ。
ああ、これはこの前粗大ゴミの電子レンジを拾ってきたんだよね。で、さっきそれでコンビニ弁当を温めてたら爆発した。
爆発って、大丈夫か？
ブラウン氏に怒られたお。
あまり目をつけられるなよ。いつ追い出されるかわからないんだから。そんなことになれば、お前はともかく鈴葉は行くところがなくなるだろう。
そうだね。で、今日はどうしたん？マユシなら来てないけど。
お前に話があるんだ。朗報だぞ。
だが断る。
まだ何も言ってないだろう。
オカリンの持ってきた話がまともだったことなんて一度もないんで。
まあ聞けって。昨日の夜さ、レスキネン教授と食事に行ったんだ。それで留学の話になったんだけど。
ああ、またその話か。
せっかくだからダルのことも教授に話してみたんだ。そうしたら興味を持ってくれた。
僕？
ビクトル・コンドリア大学には情報科学研究所っていうところがあってな、世界最高のハッカーが集まってるらしい。ダルの腕なら通用するんじゃないか？
そりゃあ僕はスーパーハッカーだし通用すると思うけどさ。
とりあえず教授に会ってみるだけならどうだ？
今忙しいんだお。
一日ぐらいなら時間作れるだろう。
コミマが終わるまでは無理かな。
1ヶ月以上先じゃないか。
とにかくしばらくは無理。
やれやれ。本当に言い訳ばっかりだな。そんなに行きたくないのか？誰？毒ペって置いてあるか？
さあどうだったかな。マヤシが買い置きしてるかも。
スポーツドリンクもらうぞ。
鈴葉の飲みかけ以外なら OK。
まゆりのやつ、バナナを買いすぎじゃないか？
ああ、それ買ってきたのマユシじゃなくて僕。あ、
ん？お前がこんなに買ったのか？いつからバナナ好きになった？
いやほら、鈴葉に言われてるんだって。ダイエットにいいから毎日食べろってさ。
そういえば昔そんなダイエットが流行ったな。だからってこんなに一度に買うなよな。だいぶ色が変わってきてるじゃないか。とにかく少しは加減ってものを考えろ。
そうだね。うん。
またゲルバナ作るの？
オカリン。
なあ、誰？
なんぞ。
バナナと冷凍唐揚げの組み合わせ。懐かしいな。
うん。
1年くらい前か。よくこうして実験してたよな。かなり無駄な使い方してたから真由里によく怒られた。
そうだね。
しょうがないから電子レンジで温かくなったバナナも俺たちで食べて処分したよな。でもさすがにこれは食べられなかったよ。
おう、しまった。まずった。こんなあっさりバレちゃったか。もうちょっと隠し通せると思ったんだけどな。実際さ、目処がついたらちゃんと相談したいこともあったし、打ち明ける予定ではあったんだけど。ほれ、これが2号機。
組み立て直したのか。
レンジカッコ仮バージョン2とどっちがいいか結構迷った。
名前なんてどうでもいい。
マジ？オカリンの言葉とは思えないな。どの未来ガジェットもさ、円卓会議やって大騒ぎして名前決め。
黒歴史だろ。
そう？
お前、俺が言ったことを忘れたのか。これは危険だ。俺たちが持っていて一種のものじゃない。
うん。けどさ、僕未来でタイムマシン作らないといけないんだよね。そうするとやっぱこいつを研究することがその第一歩だと思うわけ。
誰？何度も話したよな。こいつのせいで何が起こったのか、こいつのせいで俺がどんな体験をしたのか。これを作ったことでマユリは殺されるんだ。これを作ったことでクリスは犠牲になったんだ。これを作ったことでお前の娘は過去へ飛んで自殺までしたんだ。忘れたって言うならもう一度話してやろうか。お前はそんなにバカだったのか。自分でそれを体験してみないとわからないほどバカだったのか。
バカはあなたよ、岡部倫太郎。
ヒアジョさん。
おう、ゴーホロリ来たこれ。
なんて格好してるんだよ。っていうかなんでここに。
これはつい勢い余って。あんまりジロジロ見ないで、訴えるわよ。
そっちがそんな格好で出てきたんじゃないか。
ちょっと待ってなさい。今服を着てくるから。失礼、待たせたわ。
もしかして俺が来た時から隠れてたのか。
私のことはどうでもいいでしょ。
レスキネン教授に送った沖縄での写真はわざわざ捏造したのか。君の来日の目的は沖縄じゃなかったというわけだ。
ええ、そうよ。あなたが電話レンジカッコ仮なんていうセンスのない名前をつけたそのマシンのために来たの。
君にも説明したはずだ。それをまた繰り返すつもりか。
違うわ。
何が違う？ D メールを送れば、それはエシロンに補足され、世界線は今のベータから再びアルファに戻ってしまうんだ。そうしたら、マユリは、また、何度やっても助けられない。永遠に死に続ける。君は、まさか世界線をアルファに戻したいのか？
え？
クリスが生きていて、マユリが死んでいる世界を望むのか？
この野郎！謝れ！今すぐ魔法炭に謝れ！
Test, test. Again, my mic was unplugged, and I don't know for how long. That makes me upset. This has all been new stuff. If it happened during the old stuff, I would have been fine with that, but I need to get a new mic pronto. I'm really getting annoyed by this shit. I was checking periodically earlier, but forgot about it. Okay. I had known him for 5 years, and this was the first time anything like that had happened. Wait, stop it, Hashida! You'll imagine how much you're suffering, Okarin. So I'm not giving you any chief sympathy. But in the end, you're just using that as an excuse! Mahotan, Suzuha, even Mayushi. Do you know how much they've done for you? That's enough, stop it! I grabbed out his body and tried to hold him back. Let me go! He's not going to stand unless I hit him again! Enough! What you just did was enough, so calm down! This time Maho put her hand on Daru's shoulder. Explain the rest. Go wash your face or something. Go! Pointing towards the shower room, and Daru finally seemed to get control of himself again. Fine. A little awkward as he lowered his fist. Normally he hated any kind of seriousness, so in a situation like this, he'd always tell one of his perverted gentleman jokes. There were no jokes as he vanished beyond the curtain in the shower room. A moment later I could hear the sound of the water. Christ. Maho was looking down at me. It's your fault for being weird. You're right. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it.
決して本心じゃ。
わかってるわ。
I know that.
あなた
You're not like that.
そんな人じゃないもの。ほら、
Come on.
立てる？
Can you stand up? Grabbed her hand and slowly got up. It was a solid hit when I wasn't expecting it, and so my head was still a little dizzy.
今のは。き
But somebody who's normally gentle finally gets mad.
怒ると
It's really strong.
そうね。
Right.
しかも
When someone gets mad for someone else's sake,
他の
not
誰
their
かの
own.
ために怒れる人は
I think that's wonderful.
素敵だと
This has changed my opinion of him.
少し
just a little
だけ見直したわ。
My host seemed a bit happy as she looked toward the shower room.
見直したのは
Only a little
少しだ
bit?
けなのか。
だって
Because he's always sexually harassing me.
セクハラばっかりだもん。
もしかしたら
Maybe he's fallen in love with you.
君のことが好きになったのかもしれん。子供がよくやる
Kids
だ
do that all the time, you know.
好きな子
Tease the girls they like. He's a kid at heart, after all.
あいつ
冗談じゃ
You
ない
gotta
わ。
be kidding me. Do you want Suzuha to be my daughter?
それはま
That would be bad, yeah. I took it a bit, but quickly stopped and turned to face Maho. The difference between our heights was so great that I was looking down on her.
俺の主観で
In one of my subjective opinion,
この
this would exist because of Kurisu's choice.
クリスの選択のおかげで存在してるんだ。クリスがいたから
Lady is safe because of Kurisu.
マイリは
Can live and be happy.
それを
I have to protect that.
俺も守らなくちゃいけない。君は科学
You're a
者
scientist. You're a lot smarter than I am.
優れた頭脳の持ち主だ。だから
You can understand, right?
理解できるだろう。
You can understand the laws of the
この世界の
universe.
摂理を
ええ、
Yeah. I quietly nodded.
それは言ってみれば
Call it God if you
神
wanted
み
to.
たいなものなんだよ。神に人間が
Stupid for humans to challenge God.
無謀だったんだ。なのに
But I tried anyway.
俺はそれに
And I tried a dozen times more.
何十回
And then I tried 100 times more after that. And I failed every time.
失敗に終わった。
It was all useless.
無駄だったんだ。人の傲慢
God will never forgive
神を
human
決して許
arrogance.
さない。
そうね。
You're right. I was looking out the window as if she was thinking back to her homeland and ancestors.
神というのは
God is a popular guy back home
私の祖国
and
や
among the people in Okinawa.
あるいは沖縄の人たちの間でもポピュラー。私も
I learned those wonderful beliefs from my parents and grandparents too.
その素敵な考えを教えられてきた。科学に身
I'm a
を置いている
scientist,
ものではあるけれど
but I would never mess with God.
決して神を侮ったりはしない。
それなら
But then, Mom shook her head a little and looked up at me with a piercing gaze.
けどね、
The God you're talking about
あなたが盛ん
That's completely
に発見する
different.
神はそれとは全く
was
違う
very sharp with no room for disagreement.
世界の摂理
Laws of the universe? Those are just the equations that define the
た
world.
だこの世界を構築している数式に過ぎないわ。神なんて立
The
派
wonderful
なもの
being
は
called
存在
God
しないし
has nothing to do with them,
私たちに解
and
決
there's no reason we can't solve them. But to respond, but before I could, Maho went inside the development room. I had no choice but to follow her.
D メールと S
I'm well aware of the relationship between Echelon and the D-Mails, and how dangerous it is.
安心しなさい。
Don't worry. We've steered away the D-Mail function for now.
今の時点では封印してある。あなたの懸念
What you're concerned about is never going to happen, because I won't let it. I'm not letting us go back to the Alpha World line.
ある。もちろん。
Of course, Ashiden and I are working on our way to avoid the danger of the D-Mail and to neutralize Echelon. Echelon, I don't know how to pronounce it.
ただ、
Before we start spending resources on that, something we have to do first.
やらなくても
Something
ならない
personal.
ことがあるの。個人的
I'll
に
tap the top of the phone wave unit too.
今私たち
What
が
we're researching now is the time leap technology that you say Kurisu developed.
タイムリープの方。
じゃあ
And this can only
タイ
time
ムリー
leap?
プしかできないのか。
そういうことに
That's
なる
right.
ね。
He was right. Thinking on a time leap machine, not the phone wave name so easy to change. Hey! They replaced the numbers with the divergence tubes. What did they call them? Bond tubes? So they've recreated all the improvements that Kurisu had made to the phone wave. The most obvious was the PC and monitor that were connected to the microwave. Connected to the PC was a headset and what looked like a cord covered in electrodes. In this word line, only I knew the details of how the time leap machine was set up. And I hadn't told Daru or Maho about them. In other words, with only some small hints, Maho had managed to recreate the same thing as Kurisu. To be honest, it's really frustrating me. Frustrating. The more research I do, the more I realize that I can never be Kurisu. And get as far as digitizing the memory data and transferring it to a cell phone along with the top-down research signals. But I still can't clear the biggest hurdle, even though Kurisu could. Data compression, right? Maho nodded. I just can't solve the mystery of how she managed to compress all those terabytes of data. That was the part that Kurisu had struggled with the most, too. But in the end, with Daru's help, you'd been able to do it. Did she tell you anything about it? Even a little unhappy as she asked me that. Asking for the answer meant giving up on finding the solution for herself, though it meant admitting defeat. Maybe that was really hard for her. Yet she'd chosen to put completing the machine first. But I had no intention of giving her the answer. You made me a promise when we last talked, right? That you wouldn't try to save Kurisu Makase using the time machine. That's right. You still intend to keep it. You don't, I can't help you. I didn't answer for a while. Without even looking at her face, I could tell she was being torn apart inside. Of course I do. Promised you, after all. The long pause, she gave her answer. Couldn't help but laugh. You're a terrible liar. That look on your face? It's obvious you're not telling the truth. We're done talking. And I left the development room towards the shower room, but I could still hear the sound of falling water from within. But it was showing no signs of being done. Daru? I was the stupid one. I'm really sorry. Look, but there was no answer. Maybe he hadn't heard me. Better for both of us if I apologize tomorrow. I'll be back tomorrow. All I said as I headed towards the door. Oh, followed me. Came up to me so fast she almost slammed into me. Do you think Steins Gate exists? Do you think there's really another ward line? The gap between the Alpha and Beta ones? Where Mayuri survives and Kurisu doesn't have to die? I want to know what happened when I tried to reach it. Ask Suzuha. In the end, couldn't beat fate. Steins Gate is just a stupid delusion. Are you really sure, though? You haven't proven that it doesn't exist, you know. That's just the devil's proof, right? Nobody can prove a negative. Said to be originally developed by a jurist in medieval Europe during a case of possession rights. Used as a hypothetical today in other contexts such as law or politics, during discussions of rule violations. For example, if someone were to tell you to prove that the devil exists, you could in turn demand proof that the devil does not exist. And when they failed to provide that proof, you could say, since you can't prove the devil doesn't exist, he must exist. This is of course simple sophistry that provides nothing at all. That proves nothing at all, but since it can turn the debate into an endless loop, traditionally the burden of proof is placed on the first person to make a statement. That's right. You haven't proven whether it exists or not. You've given up after one failure. I was gritting her teeth hard. Can't believe you. I almost went out of control and grabbed her by the shoulders. I managed to stop myself at the last second. Told you before, right? Like dozens, no, hundreds of times before that. You have to reach the ending, I gather? Another thing I'm wondering, what happened with Kagiri? Name with that flashback of her mother. Chat boxes? Chat boxes. Do I have a message? Or is my chat box spoken to? Oh, I have 2 chat boxes on right now? Well, I think I know why that's a thing. It's because the other one wasn't working because of how badly Twitch was shot down. So, I had to use the other one. So, let's go with... I really should test these things out more before stream. I assume everything's gonna work out fine, but nope. It should be good. Not bad. Learn from the mistakes. And just keep on making them. Time to time leap, bro! Also, I need to hear this line again, because even though I talked over it, but I wasn't paying full attention because of the chat thing.
私も言ったはずよ。それは神
Remember what I said? Not because of the laws of God, whatever they may be.
さっきも言っただろう。俺はそれ以前に何回も何十回も何百回も挑んで。
The word line is the time machine. Steins Gate. The largest part of the equations that make up the word. You failed dozens of times or hundreds of times? So what? It happens all the time in science. Not that many times, and you try 1,000 times, or 1,000,000 times, or 1,000,000,000 times. And then you're starting to find the answer. You don't know anything. You haven't experienced it. The only reason why you can say something so responsible. No. I experienced all of that more times than I can count. Failures, setbacks, regrets, and the pain that comes with them. And all because of the genius named Makise Kurisu. Equations don't have feelings! Yeah, but it's always humans who solve them in the end. We're glaring at each other, our faces close enough to kiss. Why is that where your mind goes? His gaze burned into me. For some reason I couldn't bear to look at her. So I turned away. Turned away without saying a word and tried to head out the door. She grabbed the hem of my shirt and stopped me. I didn't expect that. Do you need something else? I turned around, annoyed. A moment ago her expression had been so fierce, but now she simply wore a sad smile. So different that for a moment I thought I jumped word lines. Maho whispered to me, "You're a terrible liar too." Liar? Was I lying? My hands up to my face trying to figure out what she meant. Didn't tell me what kind of look I had on my face, of course. I simply stood there confused. Liar? What do you mean? I'm not lying. Ashida told me something. Said that a year ago. You couldn't even bring up the time machine with you. The Steins Gate was out of the question entirely. You didn't even want to hear the words. What are you talking about? But it's different now. The look on your face is the same as the one I used to have all the time. I lost to Kurisu during the experimental trials. I lost to her with my papers. I'd lost to her in terms of fame. I was so depressed I was ready to give up. And in the end,
いつも最後は
I'd always look at myself in the mirror and
自分
yell.
を叱りつけたのよ。
Maho pointed to her own heart with her index
挑
finger.
戦するのを
If you
諦
ever
め
on
たら終わ
trying,
り。
it's over.
そうしたら
Then you'll never win.
永遠に勝つことはできないってね。
She pointed it at my left breast.
今のあなたは
Your face is the same as mine was.
その時の私と同じ顔よ。心の奥
The
の
very, very bottom of your heart,
まだリベンジす
you're
る。
still ready to take revenge.
自分をこん
You're
な
ready
惨
to
め
take
な
revenge on
ことを
Steins
示
Gate, making you into this pathetic person. Me? Still hadn't given up? No,
そんなことはない。
that's not true.
違わないわ。
It is true.
あなたって
You really are just like me.
ほんと私にそっくり。まるで共
Like I'm seeing my own reflection.
強情で
Stubborn.
一度言い
And
出
once
した
you say something, you never back down.
自分が
And if you know you're wrong, you pout like a child and refuse to admit it.
認めたくなくて子供
Causes all kinds of worry and trouble for everyone else.
誰かに心配や迷惑ばかりかける。
Calling me out.
で、
You know,
そんなこと
make me feel a lot better if you told me I wasn't like
少
that.
しくらいはフォローしてもらえないと
But
ちょっと傷つくけどね。
that's why I understand.
だからこそわかるのよ。私もあなたも
When it comes down to it,
最後
both you and I are going to stand up on our own 2 feet.
立ち上がるの。そうでしょ？
Am I wrong, Rintaro Kabe?
もう一度言うわ。
I say it again. All the laws of the world are just equations,
ただの数式
and
だ。
every equation
その
can be
必ず
solved.
存在する。私は何
I'm
と
going
して
to
も
find the key to that answer no matter what.
神の
And God has nothing to do with it.
ただの数式を解く鍵を。そして
I'm going to reach the world line in the gap, where my Yuri doesn't die, and Kurisu is still alive.
続く道へとたどり着いてやる。
Saying all that, Maho was a little out of breath. She had a lot of vitality in her tiny body. Her words, the way she looked, they hit me so hard I couldn't speak.
で、
So,
あなたはど
what
う
will you do?
岡部所長。
This is your lab, right?
ここはあなたの
Can't keep running without you forever.
いつまでも所長不在では。
俺は
I... And then I got a Vine message. Something... What the fuck happened? What the fuck happened? I'm trying to remember the other word lines. My Yuri was crying? That something bad was going on. To my shock, Maho looked over at the phone too. She was crying? What happened? I don't know. I just happened to run into her, so I said hi, and she was crying. I was really surprised, but when I asked what was going on, she was really upset. That it was her fault Kurisu had died, and that's why you were suffering. So is that tied to... Oh god, no. Is that event tied to Convergence now? Because in the other word line, Maho ended up telling her because of the voice inside her head. So did someone else tell Kurisu? Or did she just remember it on her own? Yeah, she should have died instead. Then she ran away. Ran after her, but I lost her. What do I do, Okabe? What do I do? What? The Maho.
まさか
Did she
聞か
hear that?
そういえば
Come to think of it. Thought I'd come out of the shower room at some point and was standing right behind me.
オカリンがラボ
It was my Ushi who told me you were coming to the lab.
マヨシだマヨシも
Said she was coming here too.
途中だって言ってた
Right. And that meant... There was a good chance she did.
そんな
No. Like my knees were going to give out. I already existed in this world line because of Kurisu's sacrifice. That was the one thing that Mayuri could never find out. Me, Taru Suzuha, Ferris Maho, Everyone who knew the truth had kept it from her. I needed to find her. I needed to find my Yuri. Couldn't let her be alone right now. Kill it! Ran out of the lab. Phew.
まだ暑いな。
Still hot. The summer solstice had passed, and by 6 p.m., the sun was finally setting in behind the city skyline. Part of the sky was still red, and the rest a dirty blue. The past few days, Suzuha had worked on the time machine on top of the radio building. Worked on it. Almost time for her to go back to the past, and she was putting a lot more effort into the maintenance work. Parts which could normally get dirty with no trouble had been polished to a sparkling shine.
気負いすぎてるかな。
After thinking this, maybe I really am worried.
なのか。
Finished her work, put her tools back in the box, and stored the box in the time machine's cockpit. Then she sat down in the control seat and took another look at the battery gauge. The amount of fuel she had left, in less than a month, she wouldn't be able to go back to July 27, 2010. She had to leave this era before that time limit passes her by. The original plan of taking Rentaro to the past looked like it was going to fail. It meant she would have to go on a mission that she'd spent the last year coming up with all her by herself.
それにしても。
Can't believe you did this, Dad.
父さんってば、これはないよな。
Dug it to herself and stuck her hand deep into the computer core. Inside was an external hard drive that clearly belonged to 2011, not 2036. Itaru had probably put it here when her back was turned. One of the secondary touch panel monitors was displaying a warning that read, "For an object detected in the cockpit." The machines were capable of breaking through early 21st century camouflage in less than a second. Clear from the way the fake wires were laid out that monitoring and data retrieval were not its objective. Probably hidden it here because he didn't want anyone to find it. Maybe he should just pretend she didn't see it and leave it here until she was just about to leave. As she pondered the best course of action, she heard the heavy door outside opening. No one was here. Suzuha pulled a gun from its holster and looked out from the cockpit towards the iron door that had led into the building. Have a guess who it is? I remember what happened with Kagedi the other day, and had to be careful. When she saw who it was, she relaxed. Yep. Why did this? Mayuri.
珍しいね。
This is Mayu. I will never see you here. Put a gun away and jumped out of the cockpit to welcome her.
すずさん。お、泣いてるの？
Are you crying?
何があった？
What happened? I had no idea why the always smiling Mayuri would be crying.
どうしてみんなは
Why didn't anybody tell me?
なのかな？
Kind of don't want to voice act this part because I feel like Mayuri being emotional is a huge thing.
クリスさんっていう人とマユシーとの本当のこと教えてくれなかったのかな？
She almost spoke but quickly cut herself off. How did she hear and from whom the cruel truth that Mayuri's survivor depended on Kurisu Makuse's death? Thinking this was Suzuha had wanted to see less than the look of Mayuri's face when she discovered that.
誰に？
Who told you? There were only a few people who knew the truth, including herself, only Rentaro, Itaru, Gareth, and Maho. None of them would deliberately tell her. In fact, they'd all hidden it for her sake.
オカリンと真帆さんが話しているの。
And it was an accident after all.
ねえ、すずさん。お話聞いてもいい？ 2036年のマユシーとオカリンのこと。
I wasn't sure what to say. To be honest, she didn't want to say anything at all. It wasn't something that would make her feel better.
未来のことは知らない方が。
You'll be happier not knowing about the future. And the line of tears spilled down Mayuri's cheek.
マユシーなんてね。この
No, don't. No, Mayuri.
だったらクリスさんの方が世界のためにもオカリンのためにもずっと必要なんだよ。
That suddenly felt like she was looking at the Mayuri she'd known in the future. Thought of the big sis Mayu that she'd seen ever since she was a little girl, and refused her request.
私の知ってる未来のマユ姉さんも
Big sis Mayu I knew used to say the same thing sometimes.
そう言ってた。そんな時は
Then she'd always stare off into the sky.
ぼんやりと空を眺めてるんだ。すごく
She looked so sad, like she was in pain.
私も
Me and Kagari hated seeing her like
マ
that.
ユ姉さんのそんな顔を見るのが辛かった。かがり
It was only then that she remembered she'd been keeping Kagari a secret from Mayuri.
かがりっていう名前の
There was a girl named Kagari.
繊細孤児でさ
She was a war orphan.
マユ姉さんが
You adopted her, so
だから
he's your
マユ
daughter.
姉さんの娘っていうこと。マユ氏の優しくて
A kind
で
girl,
も強い
but
子
strong. She was still so
まだ
tiny,
こんなに小さいうちから
but she'd always say that it was her job to protect her mommy.
ママを守るのは自分だって。そんな子だったか
So
ら
seeing you sad
母親である
really hurt
マユ
her,
姉さん
I
が
think.
寂しそうにしてるのはかなり答え。そういえば
And think of it,
7月7日
today's July 7th.
今日って
Tanabata.
って言うんだってね。私は子
When I was a kid,
マユ姉さん
you're the one who taught me about that.
織姫と彦星
And it was the one day of the year where Orihime and Hikoboshi could see each other.
大気汚染が
The air pollution was so bad you could never see the stars.
時代だったけど
But you told me about it
マ
anyway.
ユ姉さんは言ってたよ。雲が夜空を覆っていても
Even if the clouds are covering the night sky, stars aren't gone from this
消
world.
えちゃうわけじゃない。
They're still shining on the other side.
雲の向こうで変わらずに輝き続けてるの。だから
Let's pray together.
一緒にお
Okay.
祈りしようね。そんなマユ姉さんの言葉
And what you said gave me and Kagari hope.
かがりには希望になっ
That's
た
the one thing I want you to know.
それだけは知っておいてほしい。少なくとも
Nothing else.
私やかがり
Both she and I needed you.
マユ姉さんが必要だった。それにオカリン
And Uncle Okanin really cared about you until he
マユ
died.
姉さんのことを大事にしてたんだ。
Your happiness was the one thing he thought about.
幸せのことばかり考えていたんだ。
Thank you, Jenny, for the follow. Happy Jingo in front of a very sad moment.
死ぬ
Until he... Oh, you... Maybe that was another cruel tooth. Suzu had decided that she would hold nothing back now.
そう
That's right.
だよ。オカリンおじさんは
Uncle Okanin only lives for another 15
15
years.
年後までしか生きられない。マユ姉さんをかばって
He dies protecting you.
死ぬんだ。オカリンおじさん
Later,
最後に
Dad told me Uncle Okanin's last words.
父さんに後から聞いた。マユリの命を助ける
I'm really glad I was able to save Mayuri.
本当に良かった。自分は
The whole reason I'm
マ
alive
ユリを守るために
is to protect Mayuri.
そんな
Mayuri put both her hands over her mouth.
でも
But you never got over it, I think.
ずっと引きずっていたんだろうな。私たちには
When we couldn't see you, you'd look up into the Tanabata sky
七夕
and
の
whisper to
空を
yourself.
見上げてつぶやいてた。あの日
My Hikobashi had come back to life that day. Would everything be different now? That day? My Hikoboshi? And he was repeating the same words to herself. Tears were still pouring down her face. But her sad cries finally came to a stop. Still shaking, but her voice had gotten quiet. What does that mean? I think I know now. A year ago, I was really angry at Uncle Okanin. Chance was right in front of him. So why did he give up? And I was really mad at you too. I'm stopping him from doing what he needed to do. But after living here for a year, I realized that I was the one who was wrong. I think now, I might be able to talk to Uncle Okanin. That day. I don't know whether I can really change his mind or not, though. As the sun set in the west, the shadow of the time machine lengthened. Suzuha's along with it. I only have one chance left. So I think I'm going to bet on those words you said. Going back to the day when Kurisu Makise was killed. Going to the day you spoke of. And I'll see if I can grant your wish. So I gently rubbed Mayuri's tiny little shoulders. Going to believe. That's the key to Steins Gate. The key that can open Steins Gate isn't a normal star that gets given up on being Hikoboshi. I think only your Hikoboshi can do the job. Basically, my new mission plan? To bring Hikoboshi back to life. Dad would probably call it maybe Operation Akila. Maybe since it's bringing Alto and Akila together, it would be Operation Deneb? I'm not good at coming up with names like he is. Mayuri tried to draw herself up as best as she could with unwobbling legs. Twice. I don't know if it caught because of the mic cut off, but that's the second time I've gone speechless. Once from Itaru being serious, and second from Mayuri being... what's the word I'm looking for? Not serious, but you know what I mean. I stared at the girl in front of her, unable to believe what she just heard. This is a dangerous bed. If I'm wrong, you may simply fail. Time machine is at its limit, and I don't know when it'll go out of control. It may simply vanish. Even so, please. And she's a lab member too, right? I don't want to just have Okanin and Daru save me and never do anything for them. Mayuri rubbed her eyes hard and wiped away her tears. Life was slowly returning to her frail body. Mayushi likes Okanin.
おばあちゃんを亡くして、この世界から消えてなくなっちゃいそうになってた時、そんな私に向かって、この世界にずっといろって言って、救ってくれたの。それが彼なの。私の彦星様なの。私ね、もう一度彼に会いたい。あの偉そうな高笑いをまた聞きたい。たとえ私が織姫様になれないって分かってても、それでも私にとっての彦星様は、これまでもこれからもずっとずっと彼以外にはいないんだもん。法院京馬に会いたいよ。
The girl who could never be Orihime shouted all of her feelings to the world at the top of her lungs. And right in that instant, I heard a sound from her cell phone that she'd never heard before.
これは
What is this? The sound of a video message. When she saw the sender and subject line, Suzuha gasped. Error.
これ未来から
This is a video message from the future. And of course we're gonna go away from that, aren't we? My hand against the wall of the Bronze workshop to catch my breath. There was no sign of Mayuri. Gone to May Queen Yan Yan, and to any shop I could imagine her visiting. Had no luck. When I came back, she was out of breath too. Did you find her? No. I looked around and I can't find her anywhere. Panic was threatening to make me lose control. Did you kill Mayuri? Did you find her? I started to stay behind and call all of her friends and people she knew. I mean, thing is, what's wrong? Phone's not picking up. Mayuri a bunch of times too, but it looks like she's turned off her phone. It's not it. It's not just Mayushi. I can't get a hold of anyone. Actually, my phone's had 0 bars this whole time. What? X? And my own phone. Mine's not getting service either. Me too. The lab had never suffered from bad signal before. We went up to the roof and even tried holding our phones up to the sky, but I feel like Fire Gecko is really not helping the mood. I know it's a frog, but I'm gonna call him a gecko. So it was the same. Don't walk on the roof either. Any signal even outside. Started to look for news on the internet. Thankfully the internet connection was still active. That's breaking news. There was an article on the top page of Taboo talking about a large-scale cell phone service outage. Wait, what is this? All cell towers in Akihabara for all carriers have stopped working? All carriers? Is that possible? It didn't seem possible to me, not under normal circumstances anyway. The events of a year ago in the Alpha World line flashed through my mind. The night when Mayuri was mercilessly killed and all the safety I'd ever believed in was stripped away. That night, when all the pain began, started with a bomb threat at Akihabara Station that had shut down the train station system. Someone did this deliberately? Something terrible was about to engulf Akihabara. That was the feeling I had. Tried my best to fight off the flashback. Now wasn't the time to be scared. I decided I needed to find Mayuri. I didn't leave her alone out there. Gritted my teeth to fight off all the trauma I was carrying and raised my head. Daughter, the internet's still working, right?
あ、うん。
Oh yeah.
だから LINE
Talking to Luca and Amanishi online right now.
連絡取り合ってる。
Okay. And they should be willing to help look for my Yuri.
もう一度。
Going to go look around again.
待った。
Ordered.
実はもう一つ。
Another thing that's bothering me. Yuzuha?
電波障害の
Went to our channel to look for information on the outage, and somebody's cracked the occult board. And the one doing the cracking is, well, look. Some used to describe actions as illegally accessing a network-linked computer and modifying this data, often confused with hacking. Originally, hacking was described as using and investigating a piece of software. Cracking, however, refers to a malicious, unauthorized activity. Most times when the term hacking is used by the media, this is what they actually mean. Dadu brought up the ad channel page on the screen for me to see, and why it could possibly matter, but I decided to take a look anyway.
これは
Iliari's neighbor? That was the nickname I used to make contact with Kurigohan and Kamehameha.
何なの？
Going on? I had to leave the explanation for later and clicked on the thread. It was all comments by a single person. Can I scroll back up, please?
クリご飯とカメハメハ
Salio's neighbor. It appears that we twins will now be temporarily driven from the place where we belong. So I may not be able to come back here anymore. Our Father in heaven has developed a way to force open our most secret places. Now we shall become good children, his children who cannot tell lies. And thus we will be forced to tell him of the secrets of controlling time, where those secrets lie. It is a great sorrow to me that I cannot protect those secrets. I had hoped we could be good friends, but this is probably goodbye. Lastly, I'd like you to pass a message to the person I respect the most. I always regarded myself as an essentially ordinary intellect. Tell her that she was always the person I wanted to be. Tell her that she was the real Amadeus. Just an endless string of meaningless numbers and letters.
これは
What's this supposed to
どう
mean?
いうこと？
I was looking at the screen from the side and evidently sensed that something was amiss from the text. I answered her.
アマデウスだこいつは
It's the Amadeus Kurisu.
クリスなんだよクリスに
Something happened to Kurisu.
あった
Some kind of message. Trying to contact me with it.
時を司る日
Secret to controlling time?
タイムマシンじゃね？
The time machine?
タイムマシンの情報が
Information about the time machine leaked to someone?
つうか、
Wait, how does Amadeus know about the time machine?
知ってんの？
Did you tell her,
カリ
Karin?
ン喋ったん？
Did I? I think I told her when I was a tester, but no time to think about that now.
アマデウス
Can you access Amadeus?
規則違反になる
It's the rules, but I guess now's not the time to worry about that, is it?
じゃなさそうね。
The GPS.
橋田さん。
Ashida, can I use your computer? I took out his seat and used his PC to access the brain sciences computers. Put in her ID, Salieri, and her password. So she entered key, but Amadeus didn't appear.
いつもと違うわ。どういうこ
This
と？
isn't what usually happens. What's going on? Here she typed a series of commands into the PC with a speed that rivaled Daru's. No matter what she did, the Amadeus program didn't appear on the screen. Since accessing every server at the Institute, she stood at the computer and bit her lip.
そんな
What's going on here?
そんなバカなことって
It's impossible!
どうした
What happened?
ないの。
Gone.
アマデウスの
Amadeus' program and all the memory data
記憶データが
is gone.
どこにも
Like the message from Kuri Gohan and Kamehameha.
ハッキングしろ脳科学研究所だけじゃなく
Just the Brain Science Institute. Force open every bit of data Victochondria has. Everything from servers to individual PCs.
PC まで全部だ
オキドキ。
ヒアジョさんも協力して
Got your help him, please.
ええ
Right. The answer was the same. Not only Amadeus Kirisu, but the Maho as well were nowhere to be found on the Victor Condia servers. There was no trace of them. Their very existence had been erased. They moved them somewhere else? That's impossible. The only person with that level of administrative privileges for the Amadeus system is Dr. Leskinen. Mind flashed back to the message from Kurigohan and Kamehameha. Our Father in Heaven has developed a way to force open our most... Was the Our Father in Heaven whom Kurigohan had spoken of? Amadeus considered anyone a father it would be. Did Dr. Leskinen do it? Don't make assumptions like that. It's a lot more likely that his ID and password got cracked. Is there any way to get a hold of Dr. Leskinen? Phones weren't working. There's no way to tell what he'd see when he'd see an email or if he'd respond. I was thinking hard, but it didn't seem like she was having any luck. We were getting nowhere. Not about my Yuri, but I couldn't ignore the danger that was right in front of me. Now, we go to the video building. Lisa's warning is right. That's what they'll be after. I'll go too. You and here, just stay here and gather information. Mayuri might come back. If something happens, run! Get my orders and ran out of the lab towards the video building. We're still with Mayuri though? Oh, okay, we're going back to this. Thank God. Did I hit the play button on the smartphone's video display? Could the signal block be related to this video? Because if they wanted to prevent the video from happening, that would make sense, right? The video was heavily compressed and covered in static, but she recognized the person that appeared. The face she'd known her whole life, a face that had been with her both in her past and her present. The man who she still remembered holding her up in the air as a child, probably about 35 in the video. How you doing? Daddy. It's the year 2025. Really sorry to dump all of this on you. Really. Forgive me, please. You're seeing this video message. That means no. You and Mayushi found another path to Steins Gate. In other words, plans moved to the next phase. You might be angry and wondering why I didn't tell you all this from the start. But it wasn't that I didn't. That I couldn't. In the world line you originally set out from, I never planned the operation that I'm about to describe. You've probably already noticed, but the choice you and Mayushi just made has changed the world line a little. In other words, I'm a different Hitaru Hashida than the one in your world line. But Suzuha, please don't get the wrong idea. No matter what world line I'm in, I love my daughter. By the way, which daddy is more handsome? Started weightlifting lately. Is it like a Mr. Braun version of Daru? I want to Photoshop that. Stop screwing around and explain the mission. That's right. We all know who give it up in a week. Stop wasting her time. Maho exists in that one though. I don't have the time to record ya. Come on, don't rush me. So anyway, let me get on to the real reason I'm sending you this message. I am about to share with you the details of Operation Ocula. It is going to take everything you've got, not a single mistake will be allowed. Pay attention and don't miss a word. Got it? Suzuha paused the video there. He was telling her to pay attention and must be important. Going to memorize it all, she needed to calm down. be honest, getting a video from her dad in 2025 had made her really excited. It felt like her father was telling her that the plan she'd come up with on her own was the right one, but she needed to pay careful attention. Mayuri was standing by herself, typing something into her phone as fast as she could. The video had arrived. She told Mayuri that they may have to leave for the past today. There had been some reason the video was sent today, at this time. How it seemed to Suzuha. What are you doing? Oh, Suzu! How's it going? Are we going to leave today? I'm about to check the mission parameters. I see. So, if we do leave today, Mayushi's gonna go missing, right? I don't want to worry anybody. I want to write a message to Mom and Dad and to all my friends. I hope you've got time to at least tell Uncle Okanin in person. You would be done going over the mission and deciding on the course of action by sunset, probably. I wrote a message to Okanin too, so it's okay. Just a message? Yeah. Edie smiled and nodded. There were no more tears in her eyes, but you could still see wet lines drawn down her soft pink cheeks. Kind of embarrassing. But you know, I wrote this message, and then I realized maybe I can't send it. I'm not sure what to do. Why? Can't get a signal. Maybe this is a dead zone? Can't get signal. Suzuha looked at the screen on Mayuri's phone. There wasn't a single bar on the antenna. That's strange. You can always get a signal up here. Suzuha took out her own phone to double check. Mine too. When she saw that Mayuri was using a different cell carrier than her, she frowned. Got a bad feeling about this. Told Mayuri to hide behind the time machine and silently moved up against the iron door leading to the stairs. She opened it a crack, taking care not to let it creak. Looked inside the building. It was as quiet as ever. On the floor below, but the room for events and some storerooms. On weekends like this, it was always quiet. Imagine it? She tilted her head sideways as she softly tried to close the door. Wondering why we can see the eyes. At first I thought that was Dr. Leskinen, but there's no green eyes, so... Mayuri screamed. She turned around just in time to see armed agents in camouflage jumping over the fence. One of them had grabbed Mayuri. They climbed up the walls? Suzuha deeply regretted her mistake. She was well aware that someone could try to come up the walls. The video from her dad had made her so excited she lowered her guard. It was about 30 men, all carrying small assault rifles. Mayuri as their hostage, Suzuha couldn't do anything. Drop your gun and get on the ground. Hands on top of your head. One of the men gave her an order in a cold voice. Resist and we can't guarantee this girl's safety. Pulled Mayuri close and put the gun into her head, then flipped off the safety. Damn it! She had no choice but to obey. Suzuha took the gun out of her holster and put it on the ground and took a pose where she couldn't resist. Don't talk! They'll kill you if they have to. I'm just fine. The way they moved, she could easily tell they were veteran professionals. That meant they were certainly after the time machine. Probably well aware that only Suzuha could operate it. That Suzuha decided meant they wouldn't kill her if they didn't have to. The man who spoke to her first, who was probably the leader, knelt down next to her. She was searched thoroughly to make sure she didn't carry any weapons.
これでも
But good, you know, show some respect.
少しは気を使えよ
Like the other small pistols she carried for emergencies, as well as several different kinds of knives.
目標2と目標3確保
Target 2 and Target 3 have been secured. Who's Target 1?
そっちは
What about you? They spoke to the group of men gathering around the time machine.
目標1確保ロックがかかっていて全てエラーで弾かれます
Target 1 secured, it's locked, and anything we try is met with an error. Well, the men had gone inside the machine as well. Leaving the hatch open had been Suzuha's own mistake, but still, it upset her to see them inside the machine.
何をしても
No use. They won't listen to anyone but me.
私じゃないと言うことを聞かない
立て
Stand up. Leela kicked her with the heel of his boot.
手はそのまま
Keep your hands where they are. Move slowly, try anything, and we'll kill the hostage immediately.
即座に人質を殺す
Stood up, her hands were handcuffed behind her back. Prodded her from behind to move next to the machine.
生体認証だな
Biometrics, isn't it?
そうだ
That's right.
ただし
You can't copy my veins or
指
fingerprints.
紋をコピーしても無駄だ手を切り落として
Cutting off my hand and ripping out my eyebrow won't work either.
認証には使えない
City citizens in the year 2036 aren't that easily fooled. Man and Camo seemed aware of everything she said. None of them seemed surprised or irritated.
教授はどうした
Was the professor? Leader asked the man who was pointing the gun at Mayuri.
現在こちらに
He's on his way.
目標1は
Target 1 is only useful if Target 2 is with it. Tell him it's impossible without brainwashing. Suzuha gritted her teeth when she heard the word brainwashing. She had seen many of her friends in Valkyrie undergo this cruel procedure, then be sent back as spies before turning into vegetables. Leader turned towards Suzuha.
洗脳の
You know what happens when you're brainwashed, I believe. Professor doesn't use drugs. He alters your brain directly. It would be smarter just to help us. What do you think?
教授
The professor? Where'd she come from? An old doctor with that name had led a brainwashing team that had attempted to destroy Valkyrie. Suzuha hated him more than anyone else. They hadn't used drugs either. It was safe to assume that both professors were the same person.
分かった
Fine. He nodded.
言うことを聞
I'll
く
help you,
だ
but I
が
can't do it like this.
これじゃ無理だ
Suzuha jingled the cuffs behind her back.
手錠は外す
Take off the handcuffs, but if you resist, the girl dies. There was still a gun pointed at Mayuri's head. Even if she tried to resist, it would be impossible to save Mayuri from this many professional soldiers. She went inside the cockpit, she used her biometrics to bypass the lock and brought up the controls console. Lights came on all across the machine and she could hear the low rumbling.
よし降りろ
Okay, get out. We'll investigate the rest.
あんたたちに理解
I don't think you're going to be able to understand it, but sure. As I left the cockpit, Leela turned his gaze toward a particular cluster of the men, who seemed to be engineers. That was the moment she was waiting for. Her hand had wandered below the console for just a moment when she left the cockpit. She hid some knives there. Without making a sound, she threw it at the leader. Knife pierced his throat. He went down so quickly he hadn't even had time to scream. Quickly readied another knife and darted between the men in camo. The target was the man pointing the gun at Mayuri's head. Dropped her hips low to the ground. In an instant, she moved behind him and slit his throat. Blood poured out onto the astonished Mayuri, but there was no time to worry about her. Grabbed his rifle and fired a few shots to force him to the ground. Grabbed Mayuri's hand and ran behind the machine. I don't see no blood on her. Plan had gone well so far, but she had seriously underestimated how well trained these men were. Second in command quickly moved to the front and worked to reestablish control. All she had was a knife and the gun she'd stolen, and she needed to protect Mayuri, a non-combatant. She was still facing more than 25 active enemies. Whatever the right way to get out of this was, she couldn't find it. The time machine was still active. She couldn't escape because she couldn't leave it here. The men fired several rounds towards her, which bounced off the side of the machine. And Mayuri's head flew back as if she'd been struck, but the blood came out. Her cute face was turning blood red. One of the rounds had grazed her after it had ricocheted. She was clutching herself with her arms, and her expression was completely blank. Her body was shaking. Suzuha couldn't blame her. Fired back at the enemy, but they kept drawing closer. There were a lot of fights, but I don't think I've ever been seen. I think that's a typo. I don't think I've ever seen things get this bad. The machine's maintenance hatch was right in front of her. When she saw that it was there, she visualized the last option in her mind. I opened that. I can blow the machine out from within. If she did that, all of her plans would be ruined. The path to Steins would be forever closed. But that didn't mean she was cold-blooded enough to sacrifice Mayuri here. If the world lines were about to converge, maybe Mayuri wouldn't die here after all. But what her father had said during his radio message bothered her. Probably already noticed, but the choice you and Mayushi just made has changed the world line a little. In other words, I'm a different Itaru Fushida than the one in your world line. Meant that Suzuha had no proof that Mayuri would be alive in 2036 now. Had the world line really changed? Plus, for the sake of Operation Ocula, she hoped it had. That meant she wouldn't be able to move from this place. Imagine the worst case scenario. The worst case scenario, that would be these men taking the time machine. It turned the world line into something even worse than the one Suzuha had experienced. I'd become a world line when not only Mayuri's life wasn't safe, but Daru's wasn't either. That was going to happen. She had to make her choice fast. She kept a careful eye on the man, and as soon as she saw an opening, she opened the maintenance hatch biometrics lock. She parted the engine, which was still giving off a quiet rumble, turned her gun sights on it. Fortunately, the unit that created the curved black hole still wasn't active. Even if she blew up the machine here, probably wouldn't cause serious damage to the space-time continuum. When she saw that, she went to pull the trigger. And Mayuri's voice stopped her. Don't stop me! I've already made my decision! And he had stopped her once before, and once again she hesitated for just another instant. On the battlefield, that instant can decide your fate. A quick look around again, then she froze. Mixed in with the man in camera was a girl in a dark motorcycle suit and the Kagari who had leaked this place's location to them? She was well aware of Kagari's abilities after the two battles. She wasn't completely in control of herself, she'd be killed instantly. Talk to herself. I have to give up on my own survivor. I mean, what she have to take with her in order to give Mayuri a chance to escape. Right now, the only thing she could afford to think about was getting Mayuri back to Wakabe. But just when she'd made her decision, Kagari staring at her, more precisely, blood dripping down Mayuri's forehead. And just after that, Kagari did something she hadn't expected at all. It was a scream. No, it was the howl of an enraged beast. And then the slaughter began. Kagari grabbed the second-in-command's head with her left hand. With her right, she steadied her rifle. Fired, there was very little left of his head. Hello, blood on the floor. The rest of him drops to the ground. He slammed a piece of tattered flesh that had once been a man's head into the ground. No warning at all, leaped from one screaming man to another. She fired her gun into every one of them. 50% CG unlocked. Even when her targets were already soaked in the sea of blood, she kept firing until their limbs were blown apart into unrecognizable rags. Some of them tried shooting her to protect themselves, but no matter where she was struck, Kage didn't even flinch. When her magazine ran dry, she drew forth long military-style cleavers. Having one in each hand, she used them in her military combat training to slaughter anyone she saw. Their entrails were scattered all over the twilight rooftop, covering her whole body in blood and bits of flesh. Don't look! Cover your ears too! I held Maeri's head tight to her chest, and he was shaking from fear, but she did as she was told and clamped her hands down over her ears. Even so, 12 drinks now. I refrained from saying the 11th one because it was a really sad moment. You could probably still hear the sound of ripping flesh and shattering bone. She's not even human anymore. Mizuha had gone stone cold in shock. During all her time in combat, she'd never seen a one-sided slaughter like this. She experienced this when they fought, but Kagedi seemed to feel no fear or pain. She simply focused all her energy on killing her opponent. Often said that humans unconsciously avoided using all their muscle power to protect their own bodies. Kagedi seemed to lack that capability. Just now, she'd stab a man who turned to run from her in the back, tossed his huge body to the ground with only a single arm. He kicked his stomach from below and ruptured his organs, killing him. Finally, after several, perhaps a dozen or more of the men had been killed, what remained of the squad started to scream orders at one another. Terrifying reflexes, she dodged between their shots and brutally murdered several more. But at last, a hail of gunfire struck her left hand, and the knife she was holding fell to the ground. No, that wasn't it. It wasn't the knife that fell, it was her entire left hand. Shock caused the body to stagger back. Someone screamed in a voice that lacked any of the pride and bravery a soldier is supposed to possess. Several more bullets stuck into her body. Parts of the motorcycle suit ripped open and her helmet cracked. Blood that was clearly her own, not that of the men she killed, began to pour out. At last she fell into a pile of corpses. They must have thought they finally had her, when the survivors pointed his gun down to finish her, and just as he was about to pull the trigger, her bestial roar and the man's terrified scream overlapped in the horrible cacophony. She forced herself to leap up and brought the back of the remaining cleaver down on his arm, knocking him back. An instant later, the knife slit his throat and ended his life. The eyes began to flee in terror. You do not go away from that! The fuck are you doing, Steins?
まだ時間はある。何も心配ない。鈴は無事だし、マユリだってそのうちひょっこりラボに戻ってくる。
When I reached the radio building, I realized that many people in the crowd of pedestrians were holding their phones up to the sky. There was evidently no service near the station either. A moment to catch my breath as I looked up at the radio building. hear what sounded like a distant explosion. Just one. Explosions were coming in a series. Several of the people around me were glancing at the surroundings, confused by these unfamiliar sounds. Then I realized that was gunfire! But with the sounds I heard during the battle between Sun's rounders and the Russian military, the sounds were coming from the roof of the radio building. Had I not made it in time? Ran into the radio building. For some reason, the elevator was under maintenance and turned off. I had no choice but to take the stairs. I was pounding so fast that I thought it would burst, and I tripped several times due to how tense I was. Again and again on the stairs. Many times did I come up these stairs feeling like this. With my lack of endurance, I headed for the top floor. When I got to the 7th floor, I ran into someone I'd hope I wouldn't see. No, my guess that I'd run into them was right. Morika? I wish I wasn't, but... Hello, Lentalo. Didn't expect to see you here so early. The Leskinen seemed perturbed when he saw my face. I'm sorry, I do not want to voice act in this part because all the people are doing such amazing jobs. I'm probably just gonna be doing Leskinen's because he has the most normal voice. Calm down for a moment. You can't talk when you're out of breath like that, can we? The sampling test I asked you to perform ended 6 months ago. Can't tell you that. That was his answer. Even though Amadeus had disappeared, Leskinen was extremely calm. There was no sign of him trying to deal with the problem. Instead of being in his office, he was here. That was all I needed to know. The father that she's spoken of was Leskinen, after all. Well, that's a surprise. Gracie told you all that? I thought I was keeping an eye on her. I wonder when she did it. Leskinen seemed truly shocked. It meant he hadn't noticed that Kadesi was an ad channeler, that she'd spoken to me there. And then, Leskinen took out the gun and pointed it at me. Seems you've learned a little too much. A scientist. But science isn't a charity, you see. Are you aware of an American civilian intelligence company called Strategic Focus? Here we go again. Strategic Focus. I read about them on a conspiracy theory website. I remember reading that they'd acquired top secret information on Russian ballistic missiles that even the CIA couldn't get, and then sold it. The result was the destruction of the CIA's reputation, and at the same time the total reorganization of Russia's military strategy. They even heard rumors that during the Gulf and Iraq wars, they'd obtain information about the warring countries faster than anyone and spread it as needed. What government supposedly called them the Shadow CIA. Was it going to use Amadeus for military purposes? Was everything he'd said at the seminar just platitudes and lies? Oh, I don't think I'm the one who's important here, am I? Anyway, Lintalo, I heard something from Katsumi. You have the new encephalitis too, don't you? In fact, you seem to know something about how it works. That's very interesting. Would you be willing to offer that information to me? All you have to do is undergo a simple procedure, and I'll be happy to hire you as my assistant. For some reason, my whole body broke out in goosebumps at the word procedure. Dr. Luskin I knew. The man with the childlike mischievous heart and deep scientific curiosity. The man who'd been so kind to me. The man I'd respected. Was gone. His place was the cruel scientific fundamentalist who thought nothing of human lives or hearts as he pointed a gun at me. Was this who he truly was? Suddenly he seemed like a terrifying unknown. How about it? Took a step towards me. And then another fierce gunfight broke out above. Luskin clicked his tongue at the sound. Glanced toward the stairs. Why am I hearing gunfire? I told him so many times to handle this peacefully. Took advantage of the distraction. Luckily, I was still on the staircase. I cut his legs and saw as I could, and he lost his balance and fell. He hit his head hard on one of the steps, and after a moment's jerk, stopped moving at all. He might be dead, but I didn't care anymore. I'd become a murderer many times over already. He only murdered... I thought he only murdered Kurisu. When I opened the door, what I saw was a vision from the heart of hell itself. There was blood everywhere and bodies too. Middle of the sea of blood was a girl in a motorcycle suit and helmet covered in crimson as she lay on the ground. She had a giant cleaver. See instantly that she was responsible for this disaster. Her shoulders moved up and down a little, so evidently she was still alive. I pushed the woman, trying my best not to throw up from the stench. I see the streak of blood now. I hear a voice from beneath the cracked, broken helmet. I looked closer and I saw that some of the blood was her own. Her body was racked by bullet wounds and her left hand was completely gone. It was a miracle that she had somehow survived all that. She didn't seem to notice me as she slowly crawled through the blood. I followed her gaze and saw Mayuri huddled beneath the time machine. Suzuha seemed to be unhurt. There was blood on Mayuri's face. I hadn't expected to see her here. I was worried about her wound, but more than anything I was glad she was safe. She raised her face when she heard my voice. The next moment her eyes locked on the girl in the motorcycle suit. I saw the thing crawling toward her and screamed.
Mama! Mama! 違うの。これは、だって、かがりは、本当は人殺しなんてするつもりじゃなくって、ただ、ママを守ろうとして。
Kagari? Did she say Kagari? Only then did I realize that the girl in the motorcycle suit was the Kagari Shina that Suzuha had been looking for. Suzuha yelled, unable to take anymore. At last the strain failed and she collapsed. I returned to my senses and ran to her before Suzuha could get there. The breathing was wheezy and shallow. One of the bullets had probably pierced her lungs. I thought picking off the helmet would help her breathe, so I put my hand on it to remove it. But she grabbed my hand and pushed it away. Her voice and the way she talked. I realized who this girl called Kagari Shina was. I looked close and saw I recognized her face.
なぜ？
オカリンおじさん、かがりは？
来るな！こっちは任せろ！お前は前よりを頼む！前よりの傷は大丈夫なのか確認してくれ！
大丈夫。マユ姉さんの傷は深くない。よかった。ママ、無事だったんだ。よかった。
しっかりしろ！君はなんで？
大丈夫。心配しないで。私、こうなっても、痛くも苦しくもないから。いつも、神様の声が聞こえるの。君は痛くならないよ。苦しくならないよって。だから、全然岡部さんには伝えておくね。本物は何も知らないです。3年前からヨーロッパに留学中だから。教授が私を秋葉原へ送り込むために裏で手を回して、本物は本当に何も知らない。
教授だって。
この世界線では本当は来年なんですよ。芦田さんと本物が出会うのは。大丈夫。きっと本物も芦田さんのこと好きになります。私と同じように。言っちゃった。誰にも内緒ですよ。オカリンおじさん、かがりは無事？
大丈夫だ！この子は俺が病院へ連れて行く！鈴葉は急いでタイムマシンを停止させて偽装しろ！もうじきもう遅いよ。
Before I could open the door, a huge shadow appeared from within. He wasn't dead. Must have taken a lot of damage to his head. His face was the color of clay, and none of his eyes were focusing. Be a war zone soon.
アメリカもロシアも日本も動き出してしまった。一度
You guys stop turning. You can't stop them. They had only told us sooner, things wouldn't have gotten this bad. What's gonna know about Kagari? Which meant that I was right. This is I spoke before I could. Remember what I said at the beginning of this? How Yuki looks nothing like how she didn't. Sansa was in front of me the fucking time.
So, なんですか? あなたはそういう人だったんですか?
別にこの私が何かしたわけじゃない。むしろ10年ほど前
10 years ago, I found a helpless girl on the streets and helped her so she could grow up like this.
援助してあげたんだよ。
援助って、普通に生活してたら彼女がこんな風になるはずないじゃないか。
そんなに怒鳴らないでくれないか。頭が割れそうにいたもんだ。
So all the freaking heartfelt moments that Suza had thought she was having with her mother was actually with Kagari.
嘘じゃない。彼女は自分の方から私に接触してきた。整形までしてこの町に潜り込んだ。
She got plastic surgery, so that's why she was unrecognizable.
何でも頭の中の神様が全て教えてくれるんだそうだ。最初私はホームレスの子供が食べ物欲しさにくだらない作り話をしているんだと思ったんだよね。彼女の脳や記憶を調べてみると非常に興味深く素晴らしいことが分かった。その神様というのはね。
As his face twisted in pain, he smiled proudly.
その神様というのはなんと未来の2036年の私だったんだよ。
あんたは本当のマッドサイエンティストだ。
Only I heard a siren down below. I mean, the sound made me feel uneasy. Never heard a sound like it before.
なんだこれ。
ゲリラ攻撃情報。ゲリラ攻撃情報。当地域にゲリラ攻撃の可能性があります。屋内に避難し、テレビ、ラジオをつけてください。
Guerrilla? I'm assuming that's supposed to mean gorilla, but... One type of instantaneous national alert system. In case of an emergency like a large-scale disaster or armed attack, the J-Alert system uses communication satellites to automatically activate all disaster warning systems in the country and warn the populace. When activated, the J-Alert triggers a series of loudspeakers and sirens placed all around the country. There are several different types, such as an emergency earthquake alert, Tokai earthquake alert, tsunami alert, eruption alert, weather alert, ballistic missile alert, air raid alert, guerrilla and special forces attack alerts, and a terrorism alert. The guerrilla and special forces are the same. Okay. There's several helicopters in the sky above me. Their engines were clearly more powerful than the ones in the media's news choppers. I recognized the sounds from the time I spent in the wartime award line. Told you, didn't I? About to be a war with a time machine right here. Third World War is about to begin. But the people here have no idea a world war is about to begin in the middle of the city. Muskin leaned up against the wall, sat down, and stopped moving. That was really cleverly hidden, though, because I knew... Fucking hell. They gave Yuki Amane the same voice actress as Suzuha. Kagari has a different voice actress from both of them. God damn it, they abused my knowledge of voice actors. Whether he passed out or gone into a coma from the brain damage, I didn't have time to find out. Like the air in the city had gone heavier. That's how it felt. A chill ran down my spine. Been a month at war in the world line. The same future was about to begin here. Something like that couldn't happen in Japan. Like a TV show or a movie. But I knew instinctively that this wasn't fiction. There had been signs since 6 months ago. Here in Akihabara in Tokyo, in Japan, spies and soldiers from all around the world had been working in the shadows. If I'd known this would happen, by refusing Suzuha's request, and choosing the world line where Mayuri survived, I doomed over 5 billion people. I was the one who chose this. It was me. I looked and saw that Suzuha was pushing Mayuri into the time machine. Suzuha had no idea that Kagari was already dead. He leaped into the cockpit. I reached over and grabbed into the hatch and looked inside. He was tapping commands into the console as she spoke. Mayuri was already strapped into a seat, like I was when I jumped a year ago with Suzuha. I had fierce gunfire and screams in the distance. Like some of the spies had started fighting each other. Kagari may have just wiped out a force from one nation, but an army from an entirely different one was still coming. And he handed me a smartphone. I took it without thinking. Mayuri gently rubbed my cheek. She smiled sadly. Softly pushed my shoulder. Threw me off balance and made me let go of the hatch. And the hatch closed. It was too late. By the time I grabbed back on, the hatch was sealed shut. The control were biometric, so only Suzuha could open it now. The machine started to roar. A pale light began to gather around it. I'd seen this before in the Alpha world line. Just then a group of armed men kicked open the door and swarmed into the roof. They were highly trained military operatives. then an attack helicopter descended from the skies. Soldiers started to shoot at it. The helicopter seemed to ignore them as it slowly hovered in place. But as the powerful rocket launchers on either side of its body were aimed at me. No, at the time machine. Couldn't be. My worst fears were realized. The helicopter fired its rockets, headed straight for the time machine. I was still there, shrouded in light. The second I yelled, a powerful blast blew me back. I knew I was crawling on the ground. That some of the soldiers had already joined the mountain of corpses on the ground. Some of them were still shooting at the helicopter. I stood up as fast as I could. My body felt like it was on fire. My skin was burnt in places. My clothes had been blasted off. No, my own problems didn't matter. About the time machine. I looked up towards where the time machine had been. I jumped in time. I'd been able to avoid the rockets, but... there were scraps of metal everywhere. I could tell they belonged to the time machine. Had I not made it in time? I looked around in the cloud of smoke. There were bodies everywhere. But I couldn't see Mayuri or Suzuha. Couldn't even tell if they were alive or dead. There were no bodies. They simply vanished. For that, things went far beyond my power to control. Brutal battles took place on the ground and in the sky of Akihabara. I'd seen footage of war in the Middle East on the news. Those same scenes were playing out in Akihabara. I managed to slip through the chaos of the battle and barely escaped the radio building with my life. No choice but to leave Kagari's body. A long way back to the lab so that no one would find me. By the time I arrived, the sun had set and the night sky was illuminated with explosions and tracer rounds. The whole of Akihabara was like someone had poked a beehive. Lights were out at the lab. And inside I found Daru, Maho, and Ferris staring at the TV and computer monitor. I didn't have the energy to answer them. I looked toward the footage of the TV screen. The reporter was wearing a bulletproof vest and hard hat. He was screaming at the top of his lungs, trying to drown out the reporters from the other stations. Does Okabe still have the phone? And a stray shot from an anti-material rifle fired by a special forces team from some county or another took the news van engine and blew it up. An SDF soldier forced his way onto the screen and yelled at media to run away. After that, I heard another explosion and the video was cut off. They take a direct hit. Everyone fell silent. Dangerous here too. I can't go home. The net's in an uproar. Okarin, where's Suzuha? And did you find Mayushi?
鈴葉とまゆりは鈴葉とまゆりは過去へ飛んだのか死んだのかどっちかだ。
That is summed up to me, infuriated.
どういうことだよ。もっとちゃんと教えてくれ。
戦闘ヘリがタイムマシンにロケットランチャーを。タイムマシンは破壊されて、それに鈴葉とまゆりが乗ってて、過去へ飛ぶ直前だったんだ。マシンの残骸は残ってたけど、全部じゃなくて、なる。どれだけ探しても鈴葉もまゆりも死体が見つからなかったんだ。体の一部さえ残ってなかった。まるであの二人ちゃんと過去に止めたのかな。
The tears I tried so hard to hold back came pouring out. But I fell to his knees. Maho was staring at me, eyes wide in shock. Dada slammed his fist into the floor. I had to wipe away my tears and realized I was holding something in my right hand. It was the cell phone that Mayuri had given to me. She told me to read this message on it. It wasn't locked. I opened the mail folder. There were several unsent messages addressed to her friends and family. One of them was addressed to me. Is this what she wanted me to read? Shaking fingers, I tapped the screen to open the message.
けど、うまく言えるかどうかわからないし、オカリンに引き止められると迷っちゃいそうだからメールにしました。私はすずさんと一緒に過去へ行ってきます。なんでってオカリンは怒るかもしれないね。でもこれは私がやらなきゃいけないことなの。だってあの時私の彦星様を、どんなに苦しい時でもいつも立ち上がって高笑いをあげてた強い強い彦星様を暗い雲の向こうに隠しちゃったのは私なんだから。私ね、勘違いしてた。みんなは未来をオカリン一人に押し付けようなんてしてなかったんだね。オカリンの周りにはダルくんがいて、すずさんもいて、デカくんもいて、フェリスちゃんもいて、ユキさんもいて、それにマホさんも加わった。だから今度はね、私の出番。だってこれはラボメンナンバー002の初めての大きな任務なんだから。オカリンはきっと心配すると思うけど、 大丈夫だよ。それに、もしも何かあったとしても、必ず助けに来てくれるって信じてるから。私の大好きな法院京馬が新しく作ったタイムマシンに乗って必ず。だから私は行ってきます。必ず戻ります。オカリンのところへ戻ってきます。少しだけ待っててね。私は法院京馬のことが好き。でもね、岡部倫太郎のことはもっと好きだよ。
お前忘れてるだろ。お前は俺の人質なんだぞ。いなくなったら人質にならないじゃないか。何かあったら助けに来いだと。人質のくせに生意気だろ。狂気のマッドサイエンティストがお前なんかのために。お前なんかのために。お前はバカだ。でももっとバカだったのはこの俺だ。
I was in pain so much. Like after I killed Kurisu. Maybe I'd be better off if I just fell over and died. I'd do anything to be released from this pain. Corner of my tear blood vision, I saw it. Owen's final weapon. His last hope. No. The thing that brought me so many nightmares. I get to the development room and threw off the cardboard that was covering it. There it was. Phone wave and name subject to change. That Maho and Dado had been working on behind my back. If I could complete this. And around. Wiped away my tears. But my friends looking depressed in the middle of the darkened room. You said you didn't know how to make a time leap machine, right? Will you do what I tell you? I'll give you the answer that Kurisu discovered. And then, we'll activate the time machine. Mama said the one thing she didn't know was how to compress the memory data. Means that everything else was finished. And I knew how to complete it. Thought it was the first to nod. I'm in. Tell us, Okarin. I help too. Said it, yeah. We responded with no hesitation. Sun told me and spoke the answers clearly. Alright. Taru, I want you to hack Sun. We'll need to remote control the LHC. We'll use that to compress the memory data down to 36 bytes. That's small enough to send back to the past. Just 36 bytes? Said she was a scientist by the way her face went pale at the number. Sometimes this thing doesn't work right. Sometimes it's just a normal microwave. It's the 42-inch CRT in the Braun workshop. The phone wave name subject to change only works when it's turned on. CRT TV? Oh, so that's it! Oh, Scarlet Debbie, you came in at a very emotional moment. And I'm a fucking mess. Oh, God. Just the word CRT went up for her to figure it out. Life was coming back to her eyes. We may be able to finish it after all. But even if we can finish it, are you going to start using it now? Can't run human trials without doing anything else first. Not confident in what you built. But at least you did it already in another word line. That's because she's Kurisu. It can't be her. You saw Kurisu's message on that channel, right? I found myself as an essentially ordinary intellect. Tell her that she was always the person I wanted to be. You were the real Amadeus. One, I wouldn't have gotten this far if someone told me they converted the toaster oven into a time machine. You know what? I wouldn't have either, but everybody has been telling me, get into the halfway point and you'll understand why everyone loves the series. And, yep. Here I am 2 weeks later. Anime binged. Visual novel binged. Elite binged. Movie binged. And we're going on to Zero. Did you say that now you're going to run away? I'm not running away. Don't underestimate me. Now the back and smooth back my hair, which had mussed by the explosion. First bought me my white lab coat, which had been hanging for ages on the wall in the development room. Down on my lip and wiped away the tears one more time. Took the lab coat and slipped my arms through the sleeves. Spun around so that the hem of the coat flew up. Stood triumphantly at the center of the lab, just as I used to. And I declared in a loud voice, we will now complete the phone wave, name subject to change, Unit 2, and perform a time leap. Lend me your aid. This time, I'm never giving up. The Dario and Ferris and finally had Maho. Even if I fail the first dozen times, or the first 100 times, I'll try again 1,000 times, 1,000,000 times, or 1,000,000,000 times. I'll save them all. Suzuha, Mayuri, and Kurisu too. And this is the first step. First time in a year, I was back to my old self. Ben saw me and nodded, their faces filled with resolve. Almost 2 full days to finish work on the phone wave. Meanwhile, the chaos in Akihabara continued, and it wasn't safe to go outside. Being on the time leap machine while knowing that the battles might reach us at any minute, that a special forces team might burst in at any moment. It was a hard job that wore on our nerves. Still, we managed to finish the machine somehow. We jumped. Next thing I knew, I was standing in the middle of an Akihabara alleyway, holding a cell phone in my hand, and a nasty headache, and there was a stinging pain in my neck. But a pain on one side of my head like a migraine headache. The left side of my face hurt really bad. My vision flashed with dark and bright spots. I looked around. The alley was still peaceful. Had no gunshots and no explosions. The otaku were enjoying the shopping, and girls in maid outfits were calling out to buy. That alone was enough to tell me for sure. Time leap was a success. Looked at the time on my smartphone. Wait. I still have signal. July 7th, 5:45 p.m. And around 40 to 50 minutes before the war began. That still wasn't enough. The 48-hour limit of the time leap machine meant this was as far as I could go. No point in getting negative. If the machine had been finished just a little later, it would have been too late. I'd be glad to have made it here at all. Knew what I had been doing at this time. Running around Akihabara looking for Mayuri. First I need to call Maho. Should have been looking for Mayuri too. Hello, did you find her?
いや、だが場所は分かった。急いでラボに戻ってきてくれ。
But I know where she is. Hurry back to the lab. I got before she could answer and went back to the lab myself. I was already there by the time I arrived. I'm Mayuri, right? Don't you have to go get her? But I was acting a little awkward, probably because he just hit me. You did it! Grabbed both of her hands and shook them. Both Maho and Daru seemed confused as to what was going on. I've time leaped here from 48 hours in the future. Seriously? Finished it? Sometime in the next 48 hours? Because you're in the past, you numpty. But how? I'll explain later. There's no time, so listen carefully. A lot of lives are at stake. Gone over the mission many times while waiting for work on the phone wave to finish. Thought of everything to say. Yajo, access Amadeus right now and delete Kurisu and Haho, as well as all the backups. Leskin is not planning on using them for peaceful purposes at all. What? I can't just... Told you I time leaped here, right? Akihabara is going to be a war zone less than an hour from now. Coming for the time machine. That will be the beginning of the Third World War. We don't stop it. Suzuha and Mayuri will both die. Maho and Daru went pale when they heard that. Really? Wait, really? Do as I tell you, please. Access the data, but to do anything, I'll need the professor's access rights. That's Daru's job. Crack in and destroy all the data. Leave it to me! Daru started typing at incredible speed. His daughter's life was on the line. Maho stood next to him and typed in her ID and password to begin accessing Amadeus. Go to the radio building! You guys stay here! Take care of Suzuha! Right, leave it to me! Daru didn't even look up from his computer. When we went to the top of the radio building, Mayuri quickly ducked behind the time machine. She was trying not to look at me. Her eyes were a little red because she'd been crying so much. She had me talking about Kurisu's sacrifice in the Alpha World line. My heart ached again, realizing how much I'd hurt her. Are you going to use the time machine to go back to the past? A time leap from 48 hours in the future. I know all about it. Is that true? I nodded. This is going to be a war zone in less than 30 minutes. Someone find out about the time machine somehow? Yeah. It's bad. We'll have to jump right now. They'll up into the time machine. No. Wait a second. Daru and Hyajo are dealing with it. Smart people. It'll go fine. But it doesn't. It doesn't? You may die. You mean May? What happened to us before you time leaped? Wait. There was some fatal failure before you time leaped, right? Didn't know if I should tell them. No, there was no time to hesitate. We went inside the time machine and just before it jumped, it was hit by a rocket launcher. But I didn't find your bodies in the rubble. See, that's why you said maybe. The future hasn't been decided. Still a possibility of success. How'd you say that? Don't try and stop me, Uncle. My eyes were filled with resolve. seemed to say that if I tried to stop her, she'd do anything, whatever it takes to ensure I failed. Because I had no intention of stopping her. I'd come here to do her job, and there was no way to change her mind. I had come here to ensure that she could jump without having to worry about Stratford's interference. But Mayuri, the uncertainty that had been going in and out of my mind ever since I'd read her message, reared its head again. Mayuri, are you really leaving? Sure, I'm sorry I didn't tell you. But I, and Kurisu, and everyone else, we love you. Came to this world line because I wanted to save you. So if you leave, we...
おかり。
いや。お前の気持ちは
I know exactly how you feel,
痛いほ
but...
ど分かってる。
ねえ、おかりんおじさん。
This is how it spoke
オ
softly.
ペレーションアークライトが発動したんだよ。
オペレーションアークライト。
私が聞かされてい
Not
た
the original plan I was told about.
とは違う。
We're going back to July 28th.
戻るのは去年
We're
の
going to
8
August 21st.
日じゃなくて、
8月21日
The day Suzuha had come in the time machine. The day I'd given up on everything.
そのオペレーシ
You
ョン
need Big Sis Mayu for that plan to
マ
work.
ユ姉さんも必要なんだ。未来の父さん
My dad told me from the future.
私はそう指
Just now.
示を受けた。
なんだって
Future daughter had come up with an operation I knew nothing about. Needed my Yuri for it. Unexpected words sent my mind reeling.
おかり。
Then my Yuri came close enough for me to hold her, grab my hand tight. A little like she was about to cry. But her eyes were clear and bright.
マユリ
聞かせて。マユシーもラボメンなんだよ。落ち込んじゃってる彦星さんをマユシーがひっぱたいてきてあげるから。お願い。
I remember what was in that message. I remembered how she must feel right now. Last remnants of my hesitation slowly melted away.
俺一人で
Thought I was carrying all the burden myself.
勘違い
But I was
してたん
wrong,
だな
wasn't I?
周りのことが
Didn't see what was right in front of me.
見えてなかったんだな。マユリだけじゃな
It wasn't
い。
just you, Mayuri.
俺の
I had all the rest of the lab with me too.
たくさんのラボメンたちが。
おかり。
Suddenly felt a horrible pain in my leg. The shock knocked me 7 meters forward and onto the ground. Down to my leg and saw that there was a red stain around the calf. Felt like it was on fire. Pain flared up each time my heart beat and I couldn't stand. Was I just shot?
お前かがり。
And a motorcycle suit was standing there. Agadi had a handgun in her right hand and in her left she was holding what looked like a bomb. No sign of the professor or the other men in camo. How much was fortunate, but Kagadi had shown up a little earlier than I expected. I didn't quite plan for this, but evidently I'd run out of time.
スザーマシンに乗るんだ。今すぐ飛べ。くだらないことを言って悪かった。お前を守るためなら、誰はどんなことでもやってのける。失敗なんてするわけないよな。
おかりんおじさん。
だからマシンは無事に飛べるだろう。
もちろん。
Like there was no sign of anyone but Kagadi showing up. I meant that Dadu and Maho's efforts had been successful, and they'd kept the secrets of the time machine out of Stratford's hand.
マユリも行け。早く。
でもおかりんは。
She was looking at my injured leg and panicking.
俺のことなら心配ない。14年後までは絶対に死なないからな。
Kagadi fired again. Bullets struck less than 30 centimeters away from where I was lying on the ground.
誰も動いちゃダメ。じゃないとその人を殺しちゃ マシンに乗らないで、それは教授に渡すの。その後使い方を教えてもらって、かがりが未来へ帰るのに使うんだから。
構うな。ここは俺が何とかする。早くしろ。鈴葉だ。係のことは俺に任せてくれていい。
分かった。マヨ姉さん、中へ。
That puts Manny inside the time machine and out of my sight.
オカリンおじさん、係のこと頼んだよ。
了解だ。
That followed my Yeti inside. In time, the hatch started to close.
ダメだって言ってるのに、降りてよ。
I getting my nap to it. Forced myself to stand up, ignoring the piercing pain, and blocked away.
邪魔はさせない。
うるさい。どけ。
断る。
どけよ。
I could kick my injured leg and hard. Pain made me so dizzy I could hardly stand. But he slipped past me and tried to grab onto the time machine, going to use the bomb in her hand. If he did, things would turn out the same as last time. Time leap would be wasted.
降りろ。じゃないと、この爆弾でマシンを壊す。
やめろ。
Grabbed her from behind and wrapped my arms around hers, under hers. Pulled her away from the machine, ignoring the pain in my leg.
分かってるのか。そんなことすればお前の大事なママが死ぬんだぞ。
でも、私は。
おとなしくしてくれ。頼むから。
And he tossed the hard drive to me from the almost completely closed hatch. On the floor was the thing Kadisa had left behind for Maho.
これはクリスの。どうしてここに。
I wish I had destroyed it.
父さんを怒らないでやって。これからのタイムマシン研究に必要なものだと思うから。
Just barely hear Suzuha's voice from within the machine. That was it. Daughter had hidden in the time machine.
それじゃあオカリ、行ってくるね。
My lady looking at me from the small gap in the door. Right, this was a temporary goodbye. I'd see her again someday. Right, my lady? I would send off my brave lab member 2 with my head held high.
頼んだぞ。ラボメンナンバー00に椎名真由里。オペレーションアークライトを完遂しろ。情けないこの俺を引っ叩いてきてくれ。
任せて。オカリ、私ね、オカリンのこと大好き。
あ、
I didn't mean to get it off. Not as the hatch sealed completely shut. Time machine started to roll. Like I had a helicopter in the distance. Believed in him, but for now I had no proof that Dado had been unable to crack the complicated Amadeus system and delete every bit of it. Also, with a special forces team from all around the world were converging into Akihabara right now. Meaning that made me want to hurry. Quickly. Go quickly! I praying as I watched the pale lights surround the time machine. Agati's cry went up and answered. Bright light covered the time machine and it vanished from this world.
成功だ。
Agati sobbed and glared at me with eyes full of hate.
どうしてママを行かせた。
I took away my hands and pointed the gun at my head. I stared her dead in the face.
君の素晴らしいママは鈴葉と一
The
緒に
wonderful mommy's gone with Suzuha to go scold a stupid man who ruined the world.
叱りに行ったんだ。この世界のために
But it is something very important for the sake of the whole
大
world.
事なことをしてきてくれるんだ。
嘘だ。ママも鈴葉お姉ちゃんもかがりを置き去りにしていったんだ。
嘘じゃない。
Not lying. About to go make it so you can meet mommy in a much happier
君が
place.
幸せな場所で まゆりと出会えるように。だから
Let's stop this.
もう
Okay?
しよ
そんな話信じられない。
う。いや、
No.
君なら
I know you'll
信じ
believe me.
だって俺は
Because I know who you really are.
本当は誰で
How kind you really are.
どんなに優しい人か。
Young Bear started to shake a little.
私を知ってる？
知ってる。
I do.
俺は
I've time leaped from 48 hours in the future.
48時間後からな。
Spaghetti put her hands to her head as her body spasmed with pain.
神様の声が騙されるなって言ってる。お前は嘘つきな敵だって。殺してしまえばママのところへ帰れるようになるって。世界を破壊しようとする悪い奴は殺せって。それで私は元の世界へ戻れる。
Spaghetti wasn't making any sense. This brainwashing? The professor done something so cruel? Grabbed the floating hand that held the gun and looked deep into her eyes. She was crying and scared.
聞くんだ。
Listen,
ママはきっともう
Mommy's not coming back.
でも
But if we do our best,
これから
we
俺
may
たち
be able to make a world where you and Mommy can be happy.
ママも君も幸せな形で一緒に暮らせる世界が訪れるかもしれない。君のママは
That's why she traveled through time.
時間を飛び越えていったんだ。そのママ
You
の
mustn't waste the chance she gave you.
台無しにしちゃダメだ。君は
You can still start over.
今からでもやり直せる。
神様の声に逆らってもいいの？
あ、
Yeah. The god she was hearing was probably the professor's brainwashing. How far it had its claws sunk into her mind, I had no way to tell. Now we had Maho, specialist in brain science. We work hard at treatment. I'm sure she'll be okay.
ねえ、岡部さん、
The voice was normal again.
ママに会いたいよ。会えるかな？
会えるさ。
You can.
いつか。
Someday.
よかった。
The pose went back. Yep.
おお
Was another sudden gunshot. Spaghetti's body collapsed right in front of me. Looked over at where it came from and saw another girl in a black motorcycle suit. She wasn't wearing a helmet, so I could tell it was Morika Kirio pointing a gun at us. It looks like she's pointing a phone at us, but okay. Her face was deathly pale and she was crying.
なんでお前がこんな。なんでだよ、キリ。
FB ねえ FB、 私あんな女になんか騙されなかった。こんなの偽物の携帯だって分かったよ。
Well, that explains that.
だからお願い、私を見捨てないで。 FB
Fell from my hands. A shot from a gun blew it into fragments. I had Kagami in my arms. Chest was turning red. Here we go again.
おい、しっかりしろ。
よかった。神様の言う通りにしても間違うことあったんだ。自業自得ですよ。彼女の心を踏みにじって利用しようとしたから。 ごめんなさい。こんな子になるつもりじゃなかったの。ねえ、ママ、どこなの？
Voice grew thinner. More like a kitty who collapsed some distance away. Her eyes were unfocused, and all she did was mumble. She didn't seem capable of coherent thought. Both of them would be in danger if I didn't get them to a hospital. But dozens of men in camo jumped over the fence on the roof out of nowhere. Even Dada and Mahu couldn't succeed in this shorter time span. Was this world line going to converge so that the war started here no matter what? No, but... Nothing else, they bought me time. And I had delayed the attack long enough for Suzuha and Mayuri to leave. But, in this instant, we'd already won. The way forward was still uncertain, but there was no doubt that the path to Steins Gate lay before me. Leo was talking on his radio. The attack helicopters in the sky. But that sound again. War was starting. Because I had thought even the time leap couldn't change that. Lieutenant appeared from behind the command in camo. Right, he was a secret member of Stratford just like them. I lay Kagari down on the ground, slowly rose back up. Blood wouldn't stop coming out of the wound on my leg. Pain was getting worse. But even still, I stood up proud and strong. One of the men with their guns. One of the attack helicopter with its rocket launchers. One of the professor. One of the war that was about to begin. I laughed as loud as I could in that voice. That's right. This was the beginning of the long epigraph necessary to reach Steins Gate. Madness is doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. Einstein had once said that he despaired of human folly. But now I would gladly give myself over to that madness and folly. I would use every bit of dedication and obsession within me to seek the lone different outcome, which the laws of God could not reach. Figured as much. Oh man. So, it's obvious that this was the true ending for this section, but there's a different route we can take And I'm so interested in where that route goes, because, oh my god. Jesus Christ, I need to turn down the volume so that way it doesn't get copyrighted. Don't let me forget to turn it back up. Like, that legitimately felt like what would the main route be if I played this game right. Kind of like the Kurisu routes in the original. That felt like that's what this felt like. And I feel like if I do something in a different world line and come back to this, I get to see a different ending or something like that. I don't know. What do you mean what about? I thought you said this one had 2 endings. You said the route can change during the... Well, I already did one of them, which was not answer the phone call in the lab. But the second one is the Shinabayashi Shrine. I have to not answer that phone call either. Although I don't quite know how to... Oh, wait. I think I know what I have to do. Those 2 phone calls I get in that area. So this was the Mayuri ending? Thanks for spoiling it. And there's 3 different ones. I'm assuming one of them is not the true ending. Vega and Altair completed. Okay. Yeah, we've been live for 5 hours already. It has not felt like 5 hours. Yep, that was my 80s ending. And then, yeah, okay, I see now. So then we have 3 endings, and then... Let me ask outright, is the ending that I need to get the true ending in the 3 I have not gotten yet? Total playtime, 20 hours. And I still have 87 tips to get. And a lot of new CG. A lot of new fan art, fan service too, which I'm not too happy about, but... there it is. But yeah. Every single... That's... Oh, I'm so stupid. I feel so stupid. I legitimately said at the beginning of the stream, you know, I literally said, I find it weird that Yuki's design changed from Steins Gate the movie and Steins Gate episode 25 to this blue-eyed one. I legitimately said that at the beginning of stream, and now I know why. But now, Kagari was also in the war timeline. And that raises questions for me. Oh god, this CG. Yeah, you missed this one. This is funny. What happened for what? What I was just talking about? So in the episode 25, that the one that they showed in the anime, Yuki Amane has slightly darker hair and she has yellow eyes. So when I looked at the voice actors for this game and saw that Yuki Amane had blue eyes, I made a point of saying at the beginning that I found it really weird that they changed the design for this game, and I was like, maybe they did that because of like something to do with, I don't know, just redesigning her completely. I don't know. And I mentioned that, and oh my god, I feel like such a stupid idiot. Yeah? That's what happened. That's why it was so emotional when he saw that was Yuki. Oops, sound lab. Yeah, this is Yuki. That's why it was so, like, it obviously was a little bit hard to tell at first, but as soon as I saw the blue eyes, the lighter brown hair, and I heard the voice, I was like, that's Yuki, that's Kagari. And she got plastic surgery to disguise herself as Yuki Amane. Yeah, I would not have. God, I told you. I said that I felt like it was a bait and switch. The fact that they made her look like Marcus. And I did. I'm gonna be honest. I did find it weird when they introduced Yuki, and they were like, "Hey, guess what? Yuki, like, showed up, freaking like Kamima." And that really confused me. I was like, wait, but I knew it was Steins Gate, so it was a different world line, but I was like, didn't she like show up a year later? Like, how did they meet her early? But I was like, it's all because of the world lines are different. That I don't have to question it. Interesting. I haven't. I've noticed that all the art past this point is from the first game, and I'm missing some of it. No? Okay, so if it has a 1-1, that's just one image. If it has, say, a 2 out of 2, there's 2 images in the album. And oh my god, I want this as a background. Yep. How's that one different from the first one? Okay, oh, I see. It's just the way that she's moving. Okay, so I did mention last time that load, I would try to go for the Vega and Altair ending, since that was the one closest to Canon Stigma. But then I found out that you could also change the ending from this point, those epigraph, the very beginning of the game. So it said to turn off your phone, so I feel like I remember this phone call being 2 calls. So I want to see if that's true.
話がある。
今日はこの後
ああ、
緊張する。
それだ。
最初に話したでし。
それを今回。
多分そう。
ということは、
あんたね。
今日になあ。
例えば実家が八百屋さんなのにナス。
ナスは嫌いなんじゃない。苦手なだ。
あんたが最初には。
それについては
人の記憶はその内容がそれが悪いことだと。でもアマデこれは つまりね。
でも、
結局、そうやって逃げたはぐらかされると、それともあえて
自分が
見た目は関係ない。可能性その2。沈黙は敗北。
すいません。
可能性その3。これも確率低い。ティーナってつけるな。
See, I like how this joke works in Japanese, but it doesn't work in English. In the anime did show this part, and she said, I don't know exactly what I would say. Stop, that's not my name. I'm sure almost anyone would say that if it wasn't a name. But this is specific towards Kurisu and Christina, so.
照れくさかったんだ。何しろ。
ただ、
俺は。
Alright, I feel like I remember.
ねえ、私たち、答えたくないならそれでいい。クリスティーナって呼ばれても。死にたい。
Okay. So I have to not pick up again, right? Because I don't... Okay. And this is probably what it was talking about. Because I forget she calls multiple times during this. Dad? It's just an AI. Kurisu Zengo was just a program. Kurisu wasn't Kurisu. Don't treat them like they're the same. I didn't talk to Kurisu anymore. The incoming call was almost enough to trigger a flashback. My mind could see an image of Kurisu's bloody face. To turn off my phone. It was getting bad. I couldn't even stand up. It's been half a year and things were still like this. Even I was surprised. I was just the impulse to try and throw up again. Just turn off phone. I wanted to get away from Kurisu. It wasn't her fault. It was mine. I couldn't become dependent on Amadeus. It was night and I needed to stop. Blaspheming Kurisu's memory. She had sacrificed herself to send me to the Beta World Line. I needed to live up to her expectations. Couldn't waste time talking to Kurisu. I needed to accept the fact that I couldn't save her and move on. Cut the power and shut off this call. At least until you meet Dr. Leskinen after this. Get Kurisu out of your mind. Don't panic. Calm down. Turn off the phone! Huh? So the game makes you pick it up if you don't turn it off. Interesting. Okay, so hold on. The phone went silent. I slowly stood up. If Kiko saw me like this, he'd worry. Get out of here. Here we go. Sagging a little, but I could walk. Got very thirsty. Gulped down an entire bottle of mineral water and caught my breath. There was still a little time before my meeting. Wanted to get some air up here and recover a little. Look down over the scenery below the overpass. Okay, if this unlocks 3 more endings, I don't want to know any more about an ending until I get one. Obviously, I think Amadeus is gonna basically determine some of them, but... The city was in the Christmas spirit. The atmosphere was charged with excitement. The exact opposite of me. More deep breaths. I felt like I wanted to throw up. I was getting a headache too. If I went to Dr. Leskinen like this, I'm sure I'd worry him. And I realized the two girls coming up the stairs were looking at me. Get into the late night afternoon darkness to try and make out the faces. Buki and Haide. Yes. I feel like that would be the best for just look at the choices on how to get the true getting the ending before the true ending. And when I get to a choice, let me know that I should avoid something. One of them, the girl with the short hair, waved. Okay, so this is all the same. What? This is not the same! Excuse me! Oh, do we go into a new chapter? Stray sheep? What? Sky was red-black, dotted with columns of thick black smoke. There was so much rubber I couldn't find a place to stand. I'm gonna go get a drink. And then when I get back, we're going to tackle this. But yeah, I'll be right back real quick.